took a break. We had been experiencing a few technical difficulties, and as a result, the leader of government business moved that the House be suspended for 10 minutes to resume at 4 o'clock. So we are back on air. I am with Michael Gasper as usual. When we broke, the member for Soufrière and Minister for Commerce, the Honorable Emma Hippolyte, had the floor, so she will resume in a few moments when the other members have taken their seats. And Ms. Hippolyte was at the time on the floor speaking to matters pertaining to her ministry and responding to the appropriation bill before us for $1,856,719,000. Just before we took the break, or just after we took the break, we were graced with the presence of the leader of the opposition, who is now here in the chamber. Michael?
Merci, Winston. Ça capacité en principe, ça c'est débat et discussion, réponse, n'importe manière vous voulez couiller, à sous présentation Premier ministre mardi, sous budget en valeur 1,856,719$ qui était présenté ici avec sa Premier ministre. Enfin, il discutait, enfin, il a eu raison. Et bien, ça nous a payé pour ici, à soutenir des dépenses avec la revenu, ça a entré l'argent qui a entré, l'argent qui a dépensé pour l'année 2023 pour 2024. Comme Winston nous aujourd'hui, nous attendons différents 3 mois déjà fait présentation le bon matin avant nous prendre déjeuner. Avec après-midi, les nouveaux commencé et puis on est même parlement pour Bozile, c'est honorable Kenson Kazemi qui parlait un peu là sur cette situation côté ça c'est opposition t'es fait t'es attaqué pour l'argent en plus cette visite là a été fait pour la compétition football en ces pays arabes là, Qatar, avec il était dit comme que il était dépensé l'argent gouvernement inutile, avec il peut bien chercher information sur ça. Il aussi parlé à sur dette qui monsieur Lockerbie, ça c'est en consultation monsieur Don Lockerbie était joint par dernier gouvernement côté il était gouvernement de bail comptoir pour ça bâtir en chaise ce terrain Saint-Lucie. Avec ça il dit monsieur Kazemi, ça c'est ministre Kazemi dit c'est qui monsieur Dorkabi qui était en chaise dette avec taxi sorti un hôtel pour aller à l'aéroport avec différents côtés avec dette ça là moi quoi il dit c'est 75,000$ en valeur avec nous en tout cas. Ça c'est chauffeur taxi en tout cas venir aussi et puis pas d'une pièce côté pour aller jusqu'à tenir yo ministère tenir pour ranger ça avec non jeune pays à présent. Après monsieur Kazemi nous tenir même parlement pour Soufrière il était à Soufrière, c'est lui qui était parlé et qui il aussi annoncé qu'il la CAIMI il parlait à son activité façade d'opposition le dimanche passé en Soufrière avec il dit ça même activité malgré il y a un droit puisqu'il dit c'est un pays démocratie il y a un droit servir n'importe place pour une activité mais qualité manière il dit il va pas content manière yo conduit quoi avec il dit il annonçait qu'il a CAIMI ça c'est dimanche salam quoi dimanche là comme yo commencé en organisation yo ça que en 22 associations pour souffrir ça c'est monde qui vendre marchandises pour vendre différents bagages yo vendre en Soufrière, il y a de l'année 60 à 90 membres, il dit, et que ça a une grosse activité à la même place là, il dit, côté de Tchéné. Il semble capable que nous avons commencé tout à l'heure, mais je vais Sergent paraître en la porte tout à l'heure avec speaker derrière, avec ça qui a montré que nous avons commencé à dater.
Well, we're about to recommence the afternoon's proceeding. The Deputy Speaker, in for Speaker Claudius Francis, has taken his seat, and will continue to hear from the Honourable Emma Hiplet, the member for Soufrière Fort Saint-Jacques, who is also the Minister for Commerce.
Honourable members, when the House rules, the question was that the appropriation bill for the year 2023-2024 be read a second time. And the member for Soufrière Fort Saint-Jacques was in the midst of a conversation, midst of a presentation. Honourable member for Soufrière, you may continue. You have 45 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. When we had the technical break, I was speaking on the MSME loan grant facility, and I was saying that so far we had just over 100 persons applying, and I want to take this moment to again encourage all business owners, small business owners, and persons who are interested between the ages of 31 to 60 to bring in their application. And if you have any challenges in preparing your business plan, we at the Ministry of Commerce will help you with this. It is your government trying to ensure that we give you an opportunity of a lifetime. And I want to urge you to seize that opportunity. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, under the area of entrepreneurial development, while we went and we had this outreach for the MSME loan grant facility, we were having a request from persons 60 and above. And the request was, what is in this for us? Or why have you not addressed our needs? So, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, today I want to inform the over 60s that we at the Ministry of Commerce have not forgotten you, that we've heard you, we appreciate that you have special skills, and that we will work with you to develop a customized business support package, and we will come back to the table to address you. Under that same subheading, Mr. Deputy Speaker, technical support for vendors. Our vendors are very hardworking, plying their craft within these markets, offering a diverse range of goods and services. These vendors deserve every opportunity to continue to grow their business, increase their revenue, and expand their focus. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, my ministry, in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture and Tourism, will work collaboratively during this fiscal year to put a plan in place to assist our vendors. But I must say that I have started in Soufrière, and the ball on May 1st, I am launching my Vendors Association so that we put the structure in place to assist our vendors. I urge my other colleagues in this honorable house to continue let us start putting structures in place. Old Trafford, May 1st, 4 o'clock. Put the structures in place so that we can help our various stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, it's also important for us to support the vendors in adapting to change. Our visitors who visit us do not walk with cash anymore. They do not walk with traveler's checks. Instead, they walk with debit cards and credit cards. And we are committing this year to work with the financial centers to ensure that our vendors have an avenue to accept debit and credit cards so that their sales could increase and that their businesses could grow. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, in the area of e-commerce, we all know that the future of business, whether it's in St. Lucia or globally, resides in digitization. And Mr. Speaker, I want to applaud the work currently being done by the public service in terms of public service modernization, as well as the Ministry of Education and the thrust towards introducing smart technology within our classrooms. For this reason, Mr. Speaker, my ministry wants to report that it's in its second year of implementing the St. Lucia Digitization Program, an initiative funded in part by the OAS and the government of St. Lucia. Through this collaboration, we have enlisted 4 e-commerce platforms to help lead the thrust towards digitization of our St. Lucian businesses. I take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to applaud our external parties, the OAS, for their continued support. I also welcome the intervention of USAID through its recently announced Caribbean Business Enabling Environment Reform Initiative, which will also be lending needed support to St. Lucia in the field of e-commerce. Mr. Speaker, again, the OAS is also working with us in another program, Women Economic Empowerment Initiative, geared at assisting women in the region to participate in the digital economy. The goal of this 36-month project, which is funded by the United States, is to sensitize women to the opportunities and develop capacity to benefit from the digital economy. Mr. Speaker, only last week, we had a call for expression of interest, which was issued by the OAS. And we are really hoping, Mr. Speaker, that our MSMEs, the same persons who are participating in the MSME program, will also take advantage of this program. Mr. Speaker, under this same subhead, we are looking at the area of business incubation. Since returning to office in 2021, I've had the opportunity to liaise daily with entrepreneurs and business owners across all constituencies and across all industries. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have concluded that the entrepreneurial spirit is alive and well here in St. Lucia. But despite this, there is a critical element which is lacking. That element comprises of the facilities, the infrastructure, and targeted technical support that helps take a manufacturer from the cottage industry and product prototype into mass production, into standardization, into industrialization, and eventually into market dominance. We need facilities to better nurture these entrepreneurs. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to delve into the business incubation business. I am pleased to report, Mr. Speaker, that we have had discussion with our partners, Invest St. Lucia, Export St. Lucia, and we have identified a place in Otsa to house this initiative. However, Mr. Speaker, apart from housing this initiative, we need to fund and retrofit the facility. I know that the business persons would say that they've heard about incubation for a long time, But I am saying now that we are moving from just talking about it to taking the requisite action, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We have identified this issue as a major bottleneck in growing our productive sector, resulting in many product prototypes and so many initiatives going under. This year, we will consult, we will plan, we will identify funding for this critical project. Mr. Speaker, I now look at the second area that we are looking at, and that is promoting quality standards through the Bureau of Standards. Mr. Speaker, we cannot speak about entrepreneurial development if we do not focus on standards, packaging, and labeling of our domestic products. In this fiscal year, we will welcome the commencement of an approved project funded by the Caribbean Development Bank to facilitate compliance to packaging and labeling requirements by MSMEs, which will complement the assistance available under the MSME grant loan facility. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we expect some 200 MSMEs to benefit from enhanced packaging and labeling under this initiative. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Bureau Standard has played a critical role in making sure that we have a national agricultural diagnostic facility. And through collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture, we provide effective conformity assessment mechanisms for the assessment of safe agricultural products to local, regional, and international markets. Mr. Speaker, the facility will offer services to the sector in the areas of soil testing, nutrition analysis, and the testing of our waters. The facility will assist the manufacturers and agro-processors with the testing of inputs and finished products to allow for improved agricultural practices, certification, and market access. The Bureau of Standards Compliance Department has achieved ISO 17021 accreditation in October 2022, which will ensure that our conformity assessment process with respect to the inspection, electrical appliances, testing, and label assessments meet international requirements. Mr. Speaker, John Public can have further confidence in the quality and safety of the products that we import. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, in May 2022, my government instituted a mandatory conformity measure for new and used vehicles. This measure is administered by the Bureau, and it addresses issues to the importation of defective vehicles and reduces the impact of disposal of non-compliant ones on the environment. Consumers can now have valuable information about their purchase and be able to choose options that are safer for the environment. In the area of metrology, Mr. Speaker, our metrology department at the Bureau has now received ISO accreditation for ISO 17025. With this initiative, Mr. Speaker, the Bureau will do the following: ensure all utility meters and automatic catch weighing instruments used in St. Lucia have valid pattern approval. 2, ensure all automated blood pressure meters are clinically validated as a prerequisite for verification. This measure has improved the quality of blood pressure meters imported into St. Lucia, thus enhancing the quality of health services to our citizens. Mr. Speaker, these strides in the development of our quality infrastructure, in particular increasing our production of products that satisfies the various national, regional, and international standards will enhance our ability to export goods to CARICOM and beyond. 3, we speak about increase of St. Lucia's exports. Mr. Speaker, as a small developing country, our internal markets is likewise relatively small. Therefore, we must look beyond our shores for larger markets to support the growth and development of our firms. Mr. Speaker, one area of target for us this year is to strengthen trade relations with our sister country of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, currently Guyana is experiencing exponential growth in economic activities driven by recent discovery of oil. The injection of over $170 billion over the next 2 years is heralding significant growth across every single sector of the Guyanese economy. For this reason, Mr. Speaker, my government has endorsed a strategy to explore opportunities for increased trade with Guyana. This strategy, Mr. Speaker, is being coordinated by Export St. Lucia. We have had at least one visit to Guyana in June 2022, where we focused on the construction industry. Currently, Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia exports paint, thinners, pebble, and gravel to Guyana. After our second visit, we expect to add to this steel and roofing materials. Mr. Speaker, another initiative by Export St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, is the Trois Journées Creole. And this is an initiative where we are working with the ambassador of the diaspora and the consulate in Martinique and Guadeloupe to host a series of events aimed at formalizing and increasing exports to our French Caribbean overseas region, Mr. Speaker. The agency has conceptualized this program, and this includes 3 days of cultural exchange in Martinique, Guadeloupe, and French Guyana, which is Cayenne, culminating in St. Lucia. Trois Journées Creole will culminate in St. Lucia during Journée Creole, where people from Martinique, Guadeloupe, and French Guyana will be formally invited to participate in St. Lucia's Journée Creole. Again, Mr. Speaker, on the Export St. Lucia, you may recall last year we reported on our trip to Dubai. I'm pleased to report, Mr. Speaker, that this trip has resulted in some of our products being on the supermarket shelf, especially our CMOS. Interest has also been shown for other items, including beauty products. Mr. Speaker, Export St. Lucia will lead another mission to Dubai to solidify and convert other leads into exports, thus increasing the export basket and the list of countries that we partner with in trade. On the Export St. Lucia as well, Mr. Speaker, one of our initiatives for this fiscal year is developing the soap industry in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, there has been a proliferation of manufacturers of soap over the last 10 years. Soap. Soap. Although prospective buyers have expressed significant interest in these products, Mr. Speaker, the growth of soap exports has been hindered by a formidable barrier. And this barrier is the ability to test the soap, Mr. Speaker. And it is quite prohibitive, the cost of testing the products. Most times we have to send it overseas, and that is very costly. So now, Mr. Speaker, with the diagnostic lab up at Union, the Ministry of Commerce, the Bureau of Standards, and Export St. Lucia are collaborating to advise and oversee the growth and development of soap manufacturing and exporting. The ultimate deliverable is to get our soap manufacturers the necessary certification to meet the demands of our domestic market, like the hotels, and also to get new emerging export markets. I encourage all soap manufacturers to take note and present themselves either to Export St. Lucia or the Ministry of Commerce, as we are ready and willing to work with you. Mr. Speaker, another area of focus for us this year is to increase our export of breadfruit. Mr. Speaker, Export St. Lucia has identified breadfruit as a priority crop for export based on its unique characteristic and market potential. And I want to confirm that because over 10 years ago, or 8 years ago, when we actually did a tour of the United States, New York, Connecticut, New Jersey at the time, and we visited the large markets there, every market wanted the St. Lucia breadfruit. So there is a market in the US for our breadfruit. There's no question about this. The work we have to do is the preparation. What work do we have to do in terms of addressing what you call the pruning of the trees, the harvesting, the post-harvesting, and that type of work. So this year we have agreed to collaborate closely with our partners at the Ministry of Agriculture, and Export St. Lucia will do something else. It is going to, because of the nature of the fruit, we are going to explore various branding strategies and initiatives to showcase the unique quality of St. Lucia's breadfruit and highlight its benefits to consumers. By raising the profile of the fruit in the international market, we hope to increase demand and create new opportunities for St. Lucia breadfruit growers and exporters. In the area of CMOS, Mr. Speaker, we've seen exponential growth in the export market for CMOS. But one of the things we want to do in this fiscal year is to focus on value added in key export areas. These value added products, such as CMOS powder, capsules, gels, and other derivatives, have undergone development and refinement for the purpose of exports. These pioneering products have gained substantial traction and demonstrate significant potential for expansion in the export market, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, these interventions are all aimed at growing our local economy and increasing our manufacturing sector, which has grown by 11.4% in 2022, the highest since 2007. I'll now turn my attention to the Department of Consumer Affairs. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to speak on the area of consumer protection, and I want to say, with the passing of the Consumer Protection Act, the issue of consumer protection is no longer a dream, but a reality. No longer would our Consumer Affairs Department hope that our suppliers of goods and services would do the right thing. Now, we have a structure. We have established 2 legal bodies for the protection of consumers in St. Lucia. One, the Consumer Protection Council, and two, the Consumer Protection Appeals Tribunal. Mr. Speaker, there is now the avenue for consumers' redress where parties can reach an amicable solution. My ministry is very pleased that we have this avenue for our consumers. Consumers do not have to go to the courts, but now, if there is an issue, there is an avenue for the supplier and the consumer to sit down and get it sorted out. Mr. Speaker, under this area, I want to focus a bit on the competition law and policy. This is a very important issue for us in St. Lucia at this time. My ministry is committed to monitoring and regulating the local business environment so as to ensure that trade and other commercial activities are done in a manner that promotes economic efficiency in the production of goods and the supply of services. Accordingly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is an area that will be given renewed attention in this fiscal year. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you will appreciate, as part of our efforts to maximize the welfare of our consumers, there is a need to prohibit or eliminate as far as possible anti-competitive or abusive practices by business enterprises operating in our market. In addition, as our market develops and becomes more sophisticated, we are likely to see changes in the scale, structure, and relationship among firms as they seek to grow and to formalize strategies to better compete in the local or regional markets. This may result in mergers and acquisitions, various alliances, and the creation of more horizontal or vertically integrated companies, among other strategies in an effort to create more viable and competitive business enterprises. I must hasten to add that as a signatory to the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, which establishes the CARICOM single market and economy, we as a country have obligations with respect to the region's policies on competition. More specifically, we are required to have in place the necessary institutional arrangements in terms of the legislative measures and administrative procedures to ensure compliance with the rules of competition. Mr. Deputy Speaker, my ministry will provide a contact person to deal with complaints associated with anti-competitive behavior which may have taken place in a given sector in our market. I now move from competition to cooperation. And in that area, I will speak on the reposition of the cooperative sector. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as Administrator of the Cooperative Society Act and the Minister responsible for cooperatives, I'm committed to taking the necessary action to revitalize and reposition the cooperative sector. Since its establishment, Mr. Speaker, this sector has played a critical role in our economy in terms of complementing household incomes and providing financial resources to St. Lucians. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the clearest evidence and testament to the value of cooperatives and credit unions in the lives of its members can be seen in the significant growth in the number of credit union accounts, which is estimated at over 142,464 in 2022. The credit union movement has a loan portfolio of EC 1 billion, which is approximately 14% of the total asset base of the banking sector. Mr. Deputy Speaker, while on one hand, many of our credit unions have embraced technology as the ATM machine and have good corporate governance practices, others, unfortunately, have recorded unsatisfactory performances, which have resulted in regulatory interventions. For this reason, credit unions must be empowered with the regulatory framework needed to enable them to adequately identify and deal with potential risk to improve their performance. As a result, regulators in St. Lucia and within the ECCU region have expressed their concerns regarding recurrent poor governance, and high level of non-performing loans in some credit unions. In light of this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, regulators in the ECCU area have enacted legislation. However, our legislation for St. Lucia is lagging behind. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have a draft bill, and we've had significant consultation on the draft cooperative bill. We are hoping to pass this bill during this financial year. Mr. Deputy Speaker, one of the main areas highlighted in the draft bill is deposit insurance. The Cooperative Society Bill will have a deposit guarantee facility and a stabilization fund for credit unions, which guarantees the automatic protection, compensation, or return of funds in the event of systemic risk and failure of a credit union or other financial cooperative society. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will now focus a bit on the non-financial cooperatives. As we looked at this sector, Mr. Deputy Speaker, some of the challenges faced by the non-financial sector include high energy cost, aging membership and human resource capacity constraints, inadequate equipment and facilities, need for greater adherence to proper entrepreneurial managerial practices, and high cost of direct input. In response to some of these challenges, the Cooperative Department will embark on a process of handholding to provide close-quarter supervision to some of our cooperatives with a view to support their revitalization. In addition, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the department will pursue other interventions such as the establishment of a mentoring relationship between cooperatives that are weak with those that are stronger. We've had one such example between the Black Bay Farmers Cooperative and credit unions in the community. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have already taken steps to address the high cost of energy faced by our fisher folk through the solarization of free fishing cooperatives in this fiscal year. In response to the reality of facing an aging cooperative sector, the Ministry will sensitize our young people to the principles of cooperatives by inviting them to participate in various initiatives with the aim of developing a junior and youth cooperative subsector. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as Minister for Commerce, I represent all businesses, large, medium, small. We focus quite a bit on the MSMEs, we focus on the cooperative sector, and now I want to focus on the large businesses by speaking a bit on the electronic single window. In establishing an enabling business environment, we in St. Lucia need to initiate an electronic single window. In the world of globalization, trading across borders must become easier and safer, and that is critical. Many governments across the world recognize this and have implemented electronic single windows. And this is necessary for trade facilitation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the single window is also a commitment which St. Lucia has under the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement. With the implementation of this single window, all government agencies dealing with imports and export-related permits and certificates will be linked through a digital interface via a virtual platform. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I know that we have spoken about this for a little while, but this project has been it's long outstanding. But I know that the key players on this project, which is SLASPA, Customs, the DigiGov group of persons, there are some differences. Everybody wants to stick to their own piece of software. Everyone wants, Custom wants to keep Executor, this one wants to keep this one wants to keep this, and it's been a challenge. So we at the ministry we went out and seek technical assistance from the Canada CARICOM Export Deployment Initiative to assist with the technical specification for the port community system, which will address the bottleneck which we face at our ports. On the business facilitation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to look at the area of business process outsourcing. Earlier, I noted the shift towards technology and digitization and outlined my ministry's strategic policy direction in that area, particularly through our MSME Digital Enhancement Program. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to highlight the contribution of one of our fastest growing industries in St. Lucia, and that is the business process outsourcing, which generally persons call centers. Mr. Speaker, this area for us, when we look at it, is an important area in terms of employment. The BPOs have been instrumental in helping us cushion the impact of youth unemployment as they create job opportunities for our young people, especially our young women. BPOs were able to transition, and by having the majority of staff working at home during COVID, they maintain production and maintain income for thousands of households across St. Lucia. Mr. Deputy Speaker, considering the sector's steady growth in St. Lucia, my ministry will be working closely with Export Promotion Agency, Export St. Lucia, and Invest St. Lucia to develop a more strategic approach and policy for the sector. The objective is to attract more players in the field of BPOs and knowledge process outsourcing. Mr. Deputy Speaker, BPOs now have moved from just making calls to using professional services, accounting services, legal services, IT services, architectural services.
Member for Soufre Force Jacques, you have 10 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. architectural services, and other top-level professionals. I need, 15 minutes.
Member for Denrinoff.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the invocation of Standing Order 4210 so as to allow the member for Soufrière an additional 15 minutes within which to complete her presentation.
Members, the question is that Standing Order 4210 be invoked and the member for Soufrière Jacques be given an additional 15 minutes to conclude her presentation. As many have this opinion, say aye. Aye. As many have the contrary opinion, say no. Ayes have it. Ayes have it. Go ahead, member for Soufrière Jacques.
Thank you, members. Mr. Speaker, under this area, I also want to focus on renewable energy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a secure and sustained energy supply is critical to national development because we need energy for every sector to function. All sectors have been impacted by the recent surge in oil prices. My government has recognized the impact that global oil prices have had on our country, and so we will adopt a tripartite approach involving government, consumers, and businesses to achieve higher energy security and independence. My ministry's initiative regarding renewable energy, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is such that the government of Taiwan and the Global Enhancement Fund have agreed to donate grant funding to 3 fisher cooperatives that have already commenced the conversion effort to renewable energy within this financial year. We will also continue to encourage further private sector participation in renewable energy technologies. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that when I interact with the various businesses, especially our large businesses, they are all saying that they are ready to transition to renewable, and they all await the new electricity, the revision of the Electricity Supply Act. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this moment, Deputy Speaker, I want to take this moment to thank the Minister for Infrastructure and the Ministry for Infrastructure, as my constituency of Soufrière will benefit from the World Bank Caribbean Efficiency Green Energy Building Project, where government institutions such as the Etangs Health Center, the Etangs School, the Bouton School, the Soufrière Stadium, and the Soufrière Hospital will all benefit from this project. Mr. Deputy Speaker, an area of focus for us going forward in terms of business environment is the development of the fashion sector. The Ministry of Commerce will continue to work towards the development of a sustainable fashion sector in St. Lucia. And in this respect, we continue to liaise with the St. Lucia Fashion Council on specific initiatives and work programs that will seek to graduate industry players from the current micro-enterprise status to become part of a local and eventual global value chain within this multi-billion-dollar industry. We recognize the need to move past the traditional tailor shop and community seamstress into professional design and build of high-value outputs. For this reason, the ministry is working to develop a proposal by the Fashion Council to establish a fashion institute right here in St. Lucia that will provide world-class training to the next generation of fashion enthusiasts, as well as to consider a central distribution hub for St. Lucian fashion. We have been liaising with our sister ministries to further infuse St. Lucia fashion into the fabric of culture and traditional activities, including jazz, Journée Creole, and Carnival. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to meet the business community in Beaufort, together with the Honorable Prime Minister. And out of this meeting came a requirement for the Ministry of Commerce to have a presence in the town of Beaufort. I am extremely pleased that the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance has given a commitment to fund an office in Beaufort, and I'm also extremely pleased that a member of the private sector, St. Blue Metals, have agreed to furnish that office. Mr. Speaker, this is what moving together really means. Government and private sector responding to the needs on the ground. Together we transform. Together we achieve. Together we progress. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the revised cannabis regime shall be part of an overarching regime for regulating substances in St. Lucia. The regime is conceptualized to include cannabis at the initial stage and later expanded to include other regulated substances. The regime, Mr. Speaker, is not just the suggestion of a few, but it was the development of many. Over the last few years, we've had significant dialogue in the area of cannabis. I wish to assure the public that great effort has been invested in the development of this regime to ensure that the proposed international compliant regime for cannabis will adequately permit commercial activity under the heading of medicinal, industrial, and scientific research. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this we will do under what you call a controlled substance regulatory authority. Mr. Speaker, based on the undertaking to enact legislation for this cannabis regime and the advanced stage of development of this act, it is expected that the authority would have its effective commencement in this fiscal year 2023-24. And I am extremely pleased that the Minister for Finance has facilitated this by ensuring that there is an initial amount of $500,000 in the estimates, for which I thank him. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a critical enabling mechanism to this budding industry will be the support services through the Ministry of Health, Substance Abuse Secretariat, and the Bureau of Health Education, as it is necessary that we remind our citizens of the public health approach to cannabis reform. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Ministry of Agriculture and the National Agriculture Diagnostic Facility will also play a critical role in the facilitation of research in cannabis and assistance to farmers and agro-processors. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the work done in the context of this regime has been long and painstaking, but we intend to see it through. One point that is deserving of note in this honorable forum, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that the interests of St. Lucians in this regime is not, and will not be overlooked. The interests of persons who have been part of this long overdue industry has remained the consideration of this administration and the task force responsible for the development of the regime. No foreign interest shall usurp that of the sons of the soil. We cannot, however, do it for our players. We call upon prospective players in the industry to condition their minds to the changes which will result from this industry, and to understand that it will not be business as usual, as it cannot remain business as usual. The time is upon us to transition from an illicit drug trade to the legitimate pharmaceutical industry. We will ensure that there is a place at the front of the line to keep our locals in. It is your duty to take this opportunity to walk shoulder to shoulder with other reputable, legitimate businessmen and women in St. Lucia. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as the Minister with responsibility for commerce, I wish to assure the current and prospective industry players that the government, financial sector, and general population are ready to see you as commercial actors and legitimate contributors to the economy, and encourage you to see yourself likewise. It is the next and most important step in St. Lucia's cannabis story. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move now to the free zone. In our free zone, there are over 23 free zone businesses in St. Lucia, and they operate within 6 locations. They are involved in manufacturing, processing, trading, and services. The goods distribution free zone is home to a variety of industries, including pharmaceuticals, medicinal devices, manufacturing, and other services. These businesses provide employment to over 3,000 St. Lucians. Mr. Speaker, this is close to 4% of St. Lucia's employed labor force. Mr. Deputy Speaker, at present, the free zone houses 2 BPOs, and among them, they employ some 990 employees, and over 90% are young female St. Lucians. We believe that attracting more BPOs to the free zone will improve the country's standard of living and cushion the impact of youth unemployment. Notwithstanding, we believe that the true potential of our free zone has not yet been realized. For this reason, my ministry has embarked on a review of the performance of the sector with a view to maximizing its benefits to the national economy. We are going to do this with assistance from the Canada CARICOM Export Deployment Initiative. Mr. Speaker, in concluding today, I want to take a pause to thank a few persons and institutions. I want to conclude by putting on record my appreciation, my thanks to my permanent secretary and staff at the Ministry of Commerce, our allied agencies, my cabinet colleagues, the persons who serve on our various boards and committees, members of the private sector organizations, and some key partners that have made significant contribution to the work of the Ministry of Commerce. Let me thank the government and people of Taiwan through Ambassador Peter Chen for their invaluable support in funding some of our MSME initiatives. Secondly, I want to thank the OAS, who's also assisting with funding technical support for MSME loan grant recipients and for supporting the Women Empowerment Initiative. I want to place on record my gratitude to the Caribbean Development Bank for funding the MSME loan grant facility. And fourthly, I want to thank the Government of Canada through the 4-year Canada CARICOM Export Deployment Mechanism by providing very useful technical assistance to my ministry in 4 of the 8 key areas of focus. Today, the ministry has secured assistance in 4 areas. The deployment of a strategic plan for the free zone in Beaufort. Secondly, we have used the experience of Canada in developing the commercial and medicinal cannabis industry. And we are fortunate to have a legal draftsperson to work with the Cannabis Task Force. Thirdly, we got technical assistance to formulate the requirement for the electronic single window. And the fourth assignment is the review of the effectiveness of the cooperative sector, both the financial societies and producer cooperatives. This assignment is expected to begin within the coming weeks. As parliamentary representative for Soufrière, I'm also looking forward to using the services of in this facility, both for the Soufrière Foundation and the SMMA. Mr. Speaker, I wish on behalf of my ministry and the Soufrière community to welcome this totally free and highly effective program for technical assistance. We wish to offer again our thanks to the Government of Canada, the High Commission in Barbados, and the managers of that program. Mr. Deputy Speaker, having outlined our plans and policy direction for the coming fiscal year, we are confident that if we focus our attention and implement the initiatives outlined in the aforesaid thematic areas, we will achieve success in terms of setting the foundation for enhanced growth and development of our private sector in the near term and thereafter. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the elements of the policy direction and work program presented above provide us with the necessary framework to build a resilient and competitive economy based on a strong and robust MSME sector. Through this plan of action, we can begin to revitalize the business sector and help it to create more wealth, higher income, and employment in St. Lucia. This plan, which encourages the adoption of best practice such as reducing dependency on fossil fuel as a source of energy, will help to develop a more sustainable and vibrant market for existing sectors such as the cooperative movement, as well as new sectors such as cannabis. Therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with the support of the business community, the consuming public, together with the joint and collaborative efforts of the various departments of government, affiliated bodies, allied agencies, ministries, and friendly governments, we will implement our stated policy initiatives and achieve our desired results and objectives in the coming fiscal year 2023-2024 and beyond. I want to take this moment again to thank the Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister, for the support that he has provided us. I want to specifically thank all my cabinet colleagues for their support through this journey. And as I'm about to take my seat, I want to say that I support wholeheartedly the Appropriation Bill 2023-2024. May God continue to guide our beloved country. And may we always put our best foot forward. I thank you.
Member for Choiseul Saltibus.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I would have been a little more comforted if you were sitting next to me. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you would permit me to extend deepest sympathies to few people from my community. Basil has been very, very active in the community of Choiseul recently. In fact, I think around St. Lucia, and spreading some serious tears. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to extend deepest sympathies to the family of Mary Joycelyn Popo of La Pointe Living Industry, who served as a teacher and a health aide, was a very active shop steward of the National Workers Union, a former director of St. Jude's, and was very active up until her death at the Delse Choir. I also would like to extend deepest sympathies to the family of Murphy Gittins Hippolyte, retired Fire Officer 283, also known as Murphy, Shorty, Barbed Wire, and Free Agent. Also want to extend deepest sympathies to Michael Nixon, originally of Roblo, living in Soze, contractor of Choiseul. May their souls rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, as I begin my contribution, I wish to begin by reciting 2 lines from a reggae artist. I won't be singing, Mr. Speaker. Today we bless the sunshine. When you wake up this morning, you better give thanks because you don't know if you're going to live to see tomorrow. Unquote. Mr. Speaker, we are living in some serious and uncertain times. And the time is now to make peace with our family, neighbors, and friends. There is nothing more liberating than a clear conscience. Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank the people of Choiseul Saltibus for the unwavering continued vote of confidence in my representation and for the numerous messages of courage, prayer, and hope. My foremost duty is to represent all in the community and to continue to seek for our advancement physically, socially, and economically. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we come to this house, had it been Mr. Speaker, I would have said, he normally refers to his house. What we should really be doing when we come to this house, Mr. Speaker, we really should be here for one purpose and objective. Foremost in our minds, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to make a quote which I believe came popular during the COVID season. Foremost in our lives should be, in our minds, should be the lives and livelihoods of our people and the stability of our country. As parliamentary representative for Choiseul Saltibus for a second term, albeit now in opposition, the various experiences are invaluable. Mr. Speaker, experiences of frustration when there is so much you would like to see continued in your community, which is at a standpoint. Experiences of painfulness, Mr. Speaker, when you recognize the glaring acts of victimization. experience, Mr. Speaker, of confusion when you hear members speak with forked tongues, and also the experiences of hopefulness and faith when your community embraces you daily and thank you for setting standards for others to emulate. I will respond, Mr. Speaker, to this budget based on these experiences. Mr. Speaker, you will also forgive me if I am repetitive in some areas, but sometimes things are worth repeating. Mr. Speaker, I really long for the day when ministers would acknowledge and recognize, the work of former ministers or former parliamentary representatives, acknowledge it and continue to pledge to build on it for the benefit of our country, Mr. Speaker. I didn't know that. I was preparing that. Oh, I didn't know that. Mr. Speaker, the theme for this year's budget, as stated by the Prime Minister, is health and security, the pillars for sustainability. And while I agree, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that in our current environment, it is extremely critical to focus on these pillars. However, no house stands on two pillars. And the minimum should be four, Mr. Speaker. And we should not forget economic viability and social equity as also in the forefront of the work that we have to do as a government. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister spoke about the significant allocation to health, which is critical. However, Mr. Speaker, there is still the unanswered question, which is the cost to complete the old St. Jude's. Time and experience, Mr. Speaker, is always the best teacher. And many of us may not be around when the questions are being answered. But I still hold the view, Mr. Speaker, that this administration is making a colossal political error by not continuing the new building. Because I believe, Mr. Speaker, this building would be a genesis of marketing our country as a prime healthcare destination. Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping the Minister of Health, the member for Beaufort North, could provide some reassurance regarding the number of complaints being received at my office, and I'm sure other members across the room, Mr. Speaker, with regards to the various shortages and lack of various basic medical supplies. Mr. Speaker, all of us, every single one of us have been shocked in recent times with the number of what we term sudden deaths. And I'm not speaking about the violent deaths that we have been experiencing, Mr. Speaker. There is a disquietness across the country. And while as a country, our pathologists may be challenged, the question, Mr. Speaker, is there merit for data collection of habits and joining some of the dots with regards to some of the young people who are currently passing so sudden? Mr. Speaker, as a parliamentary representative, I am inundated with requests for assistance for various medical procedures, and it is heart-wrenching to know you can only do so much. I applaud the government of Taiwan for agreeing to a portion of the CDP being allocated towards some of these. Because, Mr. Speaker, however, Mr. Speaker, I applaud the Prime Minister. But it is through the Taiwanese funds. Okay, so I applaud the Prime Minister. It's a good initiative. When it's good, you say it's good. We don't always have to be fighting. Okay? So, Mr. Speaker, however, it is only a drop in the bucket. Mr. Speaker, only today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, only today, I'm tired of telling you, let's move forward, Let's move forward. Let's leave that. Bygones. Mr. Speaker, only today, I have received 3 requests for urgent medical attention, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I have to commend my friend for Castries South, Mr. Speaker. My friend for Castries South, in a recent parliamentary debate, and I told him that, Mr. Speaker, I told him, Mr. Speaker, that he spoke of some of the health challenges that he has also been faced with daily by his constituents. And Mr. Speaker, I also indicated to him that, if he continued speaking from the heart, then maybe his political career is assured in the future, because it was very touching when he spoke at the last Parliament as it relates to the health needs of his constituents, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I am urging the Prime Minister to continue to focus speedily on the universal healthcare package for all. Mr. Speaker, while in office, we completed major upgrades of free health centers in Choiseul, thanks to the World Bank. I'm again requesting for the Minister, member for Beaufort North, to continue with the plans for the shelter, especially at the Lafargue Center, for the elderly who leave their homes early to seek medical care, and also to replace the broken and unsightly fences, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it is very significant that I mention to all members on the government side, and Mr. Speaker, it is important because the Prime Minister in a recent parliamentary debate spoke to when he sends people or constituents to other ministers, that they should provide the necessary support. And I was wondering, why would he say that? Because I cannot imagine the Prime Minister would send a constituent to another member and not get the support. But I also want, Mr. Speaker, to duplicate what he's saying, because it is very important. As a parliamentary rep, when I make a plea or a reference for a constituent, there should never be a notion that I am seeking help for a supporter. I am seeking help for a constituent, because excluding some of our very visible loyalists, as we call them hacks, we never know who some people cast their ballots for. And all of us must respect the role of a parliamentarian. Mr. Speaker, the SLP government came into office on the 26th of July 2021. And at the time, you will recall that the government had to work with a budget that was in effect from the last administration. Mr. Speaker, at every opportunity, the country was reminded, according to the members of the government now, that the country's finances were in a mess. They continue to remind us that they found the country's finances in a mess. They continue to remind us that our borrowings was irresponsible and the government would be challenged in borrowing further. Is it not ironic, Mr. Speaker, that with such a mess on your hands, that the pest secretary to the government could have come out and proudly declare that a whole year had passed and the government had not borrowed a cent? Mr. Speaker, I will tell you why. It is because these same irresponsible loans that we were told that were negotiated for the benefit of the country, they were not declined by the administration coming in. In fact, they were used to run the country, Mr. Speaker. The government then came and boasted about a 12% and 18% growth in office for their response of being in office for 2 years. Mr. Speaker, can this government really lay claim to these figures? Can this government point to an initiative to substantiate this claim, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I am on the record in this House. Mr. Speaker, I am on record in this House. Mr. Speaker, these words are not kind, Mr. Speaker, I am on record in this House in stating that the only direction we could go after COVID is up. And I will say that again, Mr. Speaker. I am on record in this House on stating that the only direction we could go after COVID is up, like most of our neighbors in the Caribbean. Mr. Speaker, I wish to bring your attention to the Economic and Social Review 2022. Mr. Speaker, I turn your attention to page 11. Mr. Speaker, and I quote, the third line from the top. St. Lucia's economy robustly continued on a recovery path from the unprecedented and sharp decline in 2020 occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic, reflecting a V-shaped recovery path. Following annual growth of 12.2% in 2021, preliminary estimates suggest that real GDP grew by 18.1% in 2022, resulting in the stock of real GDP being only 1.1% below pre-pandemic levels. This performance was buoyed by strong activity in the lead tourism sector, supported by the full relaxation of COVID-19 protocols on travel, businesses and recreational activities, with broader positive spillover effect on other sectors. Mr. Speaker, you will recall that while in opposition, the current government, then in opposition, expressed alarm at our administration's efforts in gradually opening up the country. You will remember also, Mr. Speaker, these words, and I quote, "The government of St. Lucia is the only government that believes tourism will get back to how it was pre-COVID." The only government in the world that believes that. You know what, Mr. Speaker? I guarantee you that had this government not stopped the ongoing projects when they came into office, the real GDP growth would have easily reflected 25%. Easily reflected 25%. Mr. Speaker, I will quickly segue into tourism. Mr. Speaker, much has been said about who is responsible for the proposed hotel at Sabuisha. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret on an election platform in 2016, the then parliamentary rep for Choiseul Saltibus Mr. Speaker, my good friend, relax yourself. I will again, Mr. Speaker, because I'm speaking to your sector right now and I want you to listen. Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, much has been said about who is responsible for the proposed hotel at Sabuisha. You're just speaking about it. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret on an election platform in 2016, the then parliamentary rep for Choiseul Saltibus indicated that a hotel was coming to Choiseul. As a new candidate, I responded that anything I believe that was for the benefit of the community, I would support. Mr. Speaker, the media is replete with interviews of the challenges I had to face in making any progress or headway on that hotel. Even, Mr. Speaker, from the same people who have supported the initial plan. The rest is history, Mr. Speaker. The developers have changed. The hotel operators have changed. I believe there will be a strong economic impact on our lives in Choiseul Saltibus, and I continue to support the minister in this development. But with a strong caution, and a strong caution, Mr. Speaker, to ensuring that access to the beach is not restricted or compromised. I move to the next hotel that was identified in the hotel stock that will be coming. Dream Resort Spa and Zoe Tree Wellness and Spa Resort. Mr. Speaker, as the Minister for Investment, when this proposal was brought to my attention, I remember one of the things, because at the time they were also involved in a hotel in St. Kitts. Well, the point is they were involved in a hotel in St. Kitts.
So why didn't you bring them on? Because you are just one. They trust you. That's why they grow. That's why you really much. That's what they say.
Mr. Speaker, I thought it necessary, Mr. Speaker, to know who we were dealing with. So, Mr. Speaker, I accepted an invitation to go to China, Mr. Speaker. In fact, China, the tie I'm wearing today is from China, Mr. Speaker, and to see the operations of that hotel. And I'm very happy, Mr. Speaker, that the current government has continued to support it, and it is ongoing, and I'm sure it will do great things for the community of Beaufort, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Courtyard Marriott Beach Resort. Are you claiming the Courtyard Marriott Beach Resort? It's not necessary to me, Mr. Speaker, who claims the project, but I find too many times we try to take ownership of something which is for the benefit of the country, Mr. Speaker. It's a pity the Prime Minister stepped out at this point, because I really wanted the Prime Minister to pay particular attention to my next focus, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Sandals. The Prime Minister congratulated the Sandals Group for their 30 years of existence in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, I applaud him for that recognition, because a company of that size, employing just under 2,000 staff and a major purchaser of our agricultural output, should be given their flowers. And I will make it very clear, I hold no brief for Sandals. I don't eat and drink at Sandals for free, Mr. Speaker. I speak to the value of Sandals because there are a number of my constituents working at this hotel. Mr. Speaker, I will be the first to encourage them to provide better pay and settle their payables quicker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to speak on the role that Sandal plays in our communities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I remember in 2020, I got a call from the Sandals Foundation, indicated to me that they were interested in setting up a music lab in Choiseul, but they needed my assistance to retrofit a room. Immediately, Mr. Speaker, some of my CDP funds was used towards that. We have an established music room at the Reunion Primary School, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to see that through the Basic Needs Trust Fund, an additional $150,000 will be going towards that music facility, which will include building of additional cupboards and additional musical equipment, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I say all of that, Mr. Speaker, because there continues to be some misinformation from some quarters in this government that the past administration gave Sandals Group $24 million. Mr. Speaker, I beg your indulgence, because I would like, if you wish it to be a document of the House, I would gladly make it, but it's available with the Cabinet Secretary, because they were all Cabinet documents, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to draw your attention to a Cabinet conclusion number 233 of 2015, the Sandals Group of Companies outstanding withholding tax. This Cabinet conclusion indicates that this item was withdrawn. And there's a note by the former Cabinet Secretary. It says, the former Cabinet issued no directive with respect to the $24 million that remains unpaid up to that date. That was in April 2015. Mr. Speaker, I go to a Cabinet memo, 16th of November 2015, establishment of an incentive regime and associated responsibilities between the government of St. Lucia and the Sandals Group. Mr. Speaker, I will not go through the entire Cabinet, but I just want to speak that this Cabinet conclusion speaks to a number of concessions granted to the Sandals Group, and it speaks to Cabinet further approves 100% exemption from the requirement under Section 76 and Schedule 3 of the Income Tax Act 15.02 to deduct withholding tax from payments to and charges from non-resident group and other companies for a period of 10 years from 1st June 2010 to 31st May 2020. Mr. Speaker, I then move to Cabinet Memo 2017, Mr. Speaker, coming from the Inland Revenue Department, Mr. Speaker, and it's, again, I will not read everything, Mr. Speaker, but I can always make the documents available. 2.2, the Inland Revenue Department raised withholding tax assessments in the absence of withholding tax payments on insurance premiums expense in the financial statement of the operating companies over the period 2001 to 2009, excluding 2007, which was statute barred, when the assessments were raised and therefore no assessment were raised for that year. Otherwise, the operating companies are all benefiting from concessions via Cabinet conclusion to exempt income tax and withholding tax from the income year 2010 forward. And just, Mr. Speaker, to explain to St. Lucia that with regards to what withholding tax is all about, it's deduction of tax payments made to non-residents where a person makes a payment to a non-resident or where a branch of a non-resident company makes payments to its head office or to some other branch or associate outside St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, I quote 2.7. In 2009, the government revoked all concessions between 1992 and 2008 that did not have an expiration or terminal date. 2.9. In 2014, the group received general concessions for corporate income tax and withholding tax for 15 years and 10 years respectively, each from 1st January 2014. In late 2014, the 2014 concession document was amended for the general withholding tax concession to be made retroactive to June 1st, 2010 for a period of 10 years to 31st May 2020. 2.11, withholding tax waiver granted in December 2014 for the period commencing June 1st, 2010. And 3.8, it must be noted that the Cabinet conclusion issued to exempt the withholding tax of the group for the period of 10 years was Cabinet conclusion number 188 of 2014, commencing 1st January 2014. It says that there's, however, this Cabinet conclusion was amended by Cabinet conclusion number 726 of 2014, which specified a backdated period of 1st June 2010 to 31st May 2020. So there, what Inland Revenue was telling the government, the last administration, that there's nothing to suggest that an approval has been given to waive withholding tax between the period 2001-2010. However, the government, SLP government at the time, gave the same withholding tax concession from 2010 onwards, and we as well were also given withholding tax. Now, I believe something may have slipped into the crack, Mr. Speaker. So what Inland Revenue was asking the government at the time, the last administration, given that the withholding tax assessments are in keeping with the legislative provisions, the taxes liability remains outstanding. Therefore, the following options may be considered by Cabinet. Either one, Cabinet remits the taxes under Section 140 of the ITA, or Cabinet grants an exemption for the period 2001-2009. Cabinet is invited to issue its determination on the Sandals Resort International Group withholding tax dispute for the period 2001 to 2009. So this has been a long, long outstanding matter, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, finally, I want to draw your attention to a media report from Sandals, Mr. Speaker, and I will quote, and that I could also make available to you, Mr. Speaker, is dated September 8th, 2018. In a statement issued yesterday, the Caribbean's largest hotel and tourism operation noted what he described as sustained efforts to try and tarnish the good name and reputation of our company by parties who continue to misrepresent the issue of a $24 million withholding tax claim by the Inland Revenue Department of St. Lucia on insurance costs, a matter which was finally and appropriately resolved in 2017. According to the statement, it is important to note that US $15 million, or over 62% of the claim, was in penalties and interest, after it was allowed to continue to drag out by the former administration. The hotel chain said the issue of the withholding tax assessment was specifically raised, and despite assurances from the then Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister that the matter would be addressed, there was no communication from government to Inland Revenue, which continued to accumulate significant interest on the old assessment. The statement also said it is important to indicate that there was never any legal efforts to collect these taxes claimed to be due. The statement insisted that both the former Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister agreed that the incentives would be granted. Both were fully cognizant at the time that this included addressing the withholding tax issue. It is also said, since the former Prime Minister was fully aware of the circumstances surrounding this matter, it is very unfortunate that members of his party are among those being allowed to consistently misrepresent this issue to the public of St. Lucia. This dispute with Inland Revenue over withholding taxes on insurance premiums was an old and exceptional matter that required resolution if Sandals Resort International was able to finance new investment on the island. Indeed, the only purpose served by delaying it was to have derailed the expansion works that were planned for the Sandals Grand St. Lucian. The Sandals Resort says the resolution of this issue last year has now allowed us to proceed with plans to invest close to US $250 million in a new hotel, including real estate, which will provide 1,000 construction jobs over 2 years and over 600 full-time jobs when finished for the people of St. Lucia, not to mention the many farmers, taxi drivers, tour operators, vendors, etc., who will benefit from the additional activity. According to Sandals, in spite of the continued effort to distort the issue with the apparent intention of causing harm to Sandals Resorts and its 1,800 team members, 98% of whom are St. Lucians, we wish to assure both our team members and the people of St. Lucia that Sandals Resort remains a true friend and partner who this year celebrated its 25th anniversary in St. Lucia. We assure you further that the Sandals Resort in St. Lucia, as we are in all territories, fully compliant with all taxes, statutory reductions, and payments in line with what is granted to us, which have been similarly granted to many hotels in St. Lucia. The statement concluded, we are and will remain committed to the growth and development of St. Lucia and its people, and will continue to play our role in the enhancement of the island's hospitality sector. Mr. Speaker, I said all of that, hoping, and that's why I really hope the Prime Minister was there, that this matter would be settled once and for all, Mr. Speaker, because all the expansion that we've seen happening there with Sandals is as a direct result of Cabinet in 2017 passing this thing. So, Mr. Speaker, I really hope, Mr. Speaker, that this thing comes to an end, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can make it a document of that. I can definitely make it a document. In fact, yeah, definitely.
You want to tell
definitely.
You can't even write your own life. You want to tell this what to do.
Member for Social, you need to make it a document of ours only if you wish to. You're not obliged.
No, I have no problem because this is the media correspondence. No, I was asked for it.
Okay, but I just want you to be aware that you're not entitled to it. Okay.
And the cabinet memos, you all can. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I am encouraged with the government continuation of the village tourism, community tourism. And I'm hoping that my community will be included in the expansion plans, as under the last administration, discussions were well underway, including a model farm concept drive, driven in part by Invest St. Lucia. You came in too late. You came too late. I really wish you were there. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I noticed both the Minister of Agriculture and the Prime Minister gave very fleeting commentary to the works being undertaken at the Choiseul Fish Landing site. Mr. Speaker, this is a huge thing, Mr. Speaker. $6 million grant funds from the government and people of Japan. We must celebrate that, Mr. Speaker. No longer will Desmond Collingwood be coming to Choiseul with his camera, a news report on the plight of the fishermen, having to wade through cold water early in the mornings, having their vessels damaged. Mr. Speaker, I note how difficult it is to obtain grant funds in the environment. On behalf of the community of Choiseul Saltibus, I wish to thank JICA and the government and people of Japan, and may our relationship continue to flourish as you have been a good friend, especially to our fishing sector. Mr. Speaker, the member also spoke about sargassum. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the sargassum issue is one that we really need to look at, because the reports indicating that there is a very huge mass heading our way, and as much as possible we need to try, Mr. Speaker, to see how we can avoid that. Already, my good friend Jeremiah is suffering, member for Mikud North, is suffering with his fishermen, and it is, we need to look to see. I'm aware that Coconut Bay has purchased some equipment to help them with dealing with the sargassum. Maybe we could speak to them and see how they maybe can support the government in this. Mr. Speaker, under the last administration, we had invested over $200,000 in replacing normal pipes to pressure pipes from the 120,000-gallon tank which provides irrigation to several farmers in the community of Del Ser, La Pointe, Boisden, etc. This tank is what can be referred to as the golden egg because of the value it brings to our farmers. I am asking that the government of St. Lucia show their commitment to agriculture and continue the project of continuing to replace these pipes, Mr. Speaker. It is extremely, extremely important. Mr. Speaker, many of our farmers continue to struggle with the high cost of input, and while I have not seen it listed, I'm hoping that the proposed 2.5% health and security levy does not affect our farmers, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, as I speak to the 2.5% levy, I just wish to make some comments on it. I believe it is very early to address, Mr. Speaker, or to comment on this new level, because I spoke to my friends at Customs and they could not even have provided the clarity that was required. So I would like to speak to the Prime Minister, because I have been inundated with calls and a lot of people are making inquiries, and I wish to share some of the inquiries with the Prime Minister through you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm hoping that some serious consideration and reflection is done before we introduce it. Mr. Speaker, the question of how the levy will be calculated is critical. Is it going to be CIF plus the environmental levy plus import duty plus service charge plus VAT, or will it be CIF, import duties, service charge, VAT, environmental levy? It is critical that we know that, Mr. Speaker, so I'm hoping you will clarify when you are rebutting Honorable Prime Minister. Have there been sufficient consultation on items not to be affected? And I speak example because personal hygiene items, Mr. Speaker, personal hygiene items, critical. Will this levy affect the people who order online? Amazon, Shein, etc. People currently enjoying concessions like the manufacturers. How will they be affected? Will fuel be affected? The levy also speaks to services. Are we speaking to imported services, or is it local services? These things are very unclear, Mr. Speaker. These are just some of the many inquiries that I could, Mr. Speaker, have the right. I could have directed these inquiries, like my friends opposite do with when they were in opposition, with some serious political fervor. But I choose not to, because I'm very sincere in the inquiries that I'm making, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I move to the levy. I move to the.
Why? It's not written in your speech.
It's not there.
It's not there.
The levy? I don't listen to them to a lot of, and I don't follow a lot of these things. Okay. Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, I welcome the 50% levy on the issue of cigarettes. I think it was cigarettes. The duty on but the Minister of Health will agree that in recent times we have had a very significant increase in the number of COPD deaths. And Mr. Speaker, while I support that tax on the cigarette smoking, or cigarettes, sorry. There is tobacco. There is a concern, and I think we need to be very sure that, very certain that we get on top of that very early. And that's the issue of contraband and the black market. Because, and not just that, Mr. Speaker, there's the issue of people who will want to experiment, and this could cause even more harm, with this whole issue, Mr. Speaker. Experiment. When I was growing up, tobacco, and my grandfather used to roll that in his Capstan tin. People who want to. There's no filter. You understand? Yeah. So, tobacco. I don't know if it's jab, but I know it's a tobacco. On the subject of water, Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to note that an application made to the BNTF grant funds while I was in office has been approved. And a 100,000 glass-fused steel-bolted tank will be erected to replace a 50,000-gallon tank, rubble wall concrete tank, which is over 40 years old and leaks and have to be consistently repaired. The tank, located in Victoria, serves the community of Montjacques, Belleville, Daquitin, Foncaco, Ravino, Montgouge, Maté, Pognon, Diamond, Fancy, Boisden, and all the way to my roots in Lamaze. The cost of this project is in excess of $600,000. I am hoping we've doubled the current capacity, the once-a-week scenario that many of these communities face will come to an end. I think it is critical, Mr. Speaker, that I repeat that component of my presentation in Creole. Mr. Speaker, mais bien content. En application qui était faite pour BNTF, les mettre en pouvoir, mais bien content, yo approve application ça là, et qu'un gros tank de l'eau, yo kai construct Victoria choisi, bâti Victoria choisi pour replacer vieux tank là, nous les Victoria qui presque 40 l'année. Vieux tank ça là, t'es qu'à tchembe 50 gallons de l'eau. 50 000 gallons de l'eau. 50 000 gallons de l'eau. Et tank neuf là, qu'à tchembe 100 000 gallons de l'eau. So, ça est deux fois quantité de qu'à tchembe avant, et tout gens, Montjacques, Belleville, Daquitin, Foncaco, Ravino, Montgouge, Matin, Pognon, des mondes Fancy, Boisden, et tout côté que Wassine maman m'a sorti la masse. Qu'à jouer de l'eau plus souvent. So ça y est, mais bien content. So, Mr. Speaker, Wasco is life. As Wasco motto says, water is life, as Wasco motto indicates, Mr. Speaker. And it is very, very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, in our age of enlightenment, so many communities are struggling to receive this basic need. This is a failure of successive administrations. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to take the opportunity, regardless of what some may feel, I want to congratulate the new CEO of Wasco on her appointment. And I do hope, Mr. Speaker, that she has the tenacity of her father to get things done. Because, too many times, we have had political interference, from the political directorate with regards to the managing of Wasco, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a pity that the parliamentary rep for Gifford South is not in this afternoon, but I'm not sure if you're aware, but I am actually his parliamentary representative. And, Mr. Speaker, sometimes your constituents, they give you pressure. And my constituents consistently gives me pressure for the water supply in Saltitas. And so, Mr. Speaker, In May 2020, I remember walking the inner hills and valleys of Saltibus with WASCO personnel to visit the water catchment. Because, Mr. Speaker, a community like Saltibus with such an extensive river network should not be without water. Mr. Speaker, had you been the one to have visited, you would have definitely been surprised with the catchment, Mr. Speaker. You would have been very concerned. When we went to the dam, Mr. Speaker, where the water is collected, we went there with some forest guides from the community. And when we saw the condition of where the water is being collected, Mr. Speaker, it was very glaring that this was not adequate to serve the needs of people, Mr. Speaker. So we went further to another location where I was told that even in the worst of droughts, the strong flow remains. Mr. Speaker, at the time I was convinced that we could receive major voluntary support from the community if we had to carry pipes. I remember actually posting something online with regards to that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the situation has worsened. And it is not a nice feeling, you know, when I go to funerals in the community of Saltibus, for people to accost me and tell me, "Sel bagay me vle se dlo, mani bavle anye kol, bay dlo sa Saltibus, you know, se an kwevche." And Mr. Speaker, I notice we have in our midst today my opponent during the last elections. And Mr. Speaker, I remember one of the campaign promises that she made to the people of Saltibus was that she would rectify the water issues in Saltibus, Mr. Speaker. Now, while she is not the elected representative for Choiseul Saltibus, she is a member of cabinet. And I'm sure she can influence the decisions of cabinet. I said, yes, but there's what I can tell you what I did. We replaced the pipes underground in the Saltibus Road. That's one component. That's one component. So, Mr. Speaker, we have the BNTF 11 coming up, and I'm urging my good friend in the gallery to make an application and she has links. You know, she has links at WASCO, so I'm sure she can make things happen, Mr. Speaker. My girlfriend. Mr. Speaker, the government has placed heavy emphasis on a youth economy and touting it as a novel idea. Mr. Speaker, I am happy that the government is creating a continued emphasis on the youth. Although, Mr. Speaker, I believe that significant funds allocated in administration could have gone directly in youth support had it been maintained in an existing agency in the government's list of agencies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you are not aware, I will provide you with an insight of some activities with regards to youth and small businesses and medium-sized enterprise businesses while I was the Minister of Commerce and also in office, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the last administration had agreed to repurpose World Bank funds during COVID to provide loan grant facilities to small, medium-sized enterprises to the tune of $5 million, and that money was lodged with the St. Lucia Development Bank. There was also NIC funds of $20 million, where $15 million was supposed to have gone through housing, and $5 million to medium-sized enterprises for loans. Provision of US $3.1 million repurposed from the Climate Adaptation Financing Facility into blended loan grant assistance ranging between $5,000 to $25,000 for micro and small medium enterprises with a focus on food security and digital technologies. A targeted audience of 1,200 to 1,500 was the reach that we were trying to reach. Mr. Speaker, there was also the waiver on taxes on interest earnings of financial institutions, and that was to encourage our banks and credit unions to provide much needed capital to small and micro enterprises because they didn't want to touch them, they were afraid of them, so we wanted to give them an incentive to embrace the small businesses, give them loans, and on the profits that you make, we will provide you with some tax incentives. Almost $8 million was pumped into the agricultural sector for inputs and related items. We also amended the Finance Act, Mr. Speaker, to provide tax incentives for the creative sector, the IT sector, the entertainment sector, health and wellness sector, and the professional sector. The member for Castries North will be very familiar with that because I remember, him I having a conversation about a constituent of his who was selling snow cones or ice cream, and he wanted assistance for the person to be able to bring down the cat. And so this is something that was in existence. I'm happy that I heard the Prime Minister indicated that he included sports in that package. So we continue on the good thing that was started, Mr. Speaker. So, I sometimes, Mr. Speaker, I'm disturbed when we try to erase history. Mr. Speaker, we also had the Boost program. Maybe my friend from Castries South will one day tell me why that program was cancelled. Because that was to assist early stage MSME to help develop strong business models and growth strategies with the goal of job creation and economic development. The aim was to target but not limited to rural and poverty-stricken communities, essentially giving them the boost they require to be successful. Boost partnered with most key business support organizations and was the first entrepreneurial organization to link education, innovation, and qualification in developing MSMEs. The partners included Invest St. Lucia, Export St. Lucia, SLDB, SBDC, Sir Alpha Community College, St. Lucia Small Business. And Mr. Speaker, this program was working with both regional and international organizations like the Global Green Growth Institute, OECS, UN Development Program. And Mr. Speaker, by the government cancelling the Boost program, these organization project units had to look other areas to provide support.
Member for Suzelle Saltibus, you have 10 minutes left.
Give me 15 minutes. 15.
Member from Meekwood South.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to invoke Section 3210 and ask that the member from Choiseul Saltibus be given another 15 minutes.
Honorable members, the question is that Standing Order 3210 be invoked to allow the member for Choiseul Saltibus an additional 15 minutes in which to conclude his presentation. I now put the question. As many as have their opinion say aye. As many as have a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Proceed, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. I'm a bit disappointed that my colleague to my left did not reciprocate, Mr. Speaker. To my left, you run. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Boost program was going to go to schools, communities, to provide, education as to the whole business enterprise and going into your own business. Mr. Speaker, there was also the after-school program, Mr. Speaker, targeting about 495 young kids for vulnerable communities. Masha was in there, Millet, Beaufort South, Peru. And the intention, Mr. Speaker, was to avoid them from falling into delinquent behavior. That was partnership with National Lotteries and the Football Association. For the most part, Mr. Speaker, this program was stopped, and through you, Mr. Speaker, I really urge the PM to revisit, because that was a very, critical and successful program, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many will welcome the 2-year VAT relief on building materials, and the opposition is pleased that the government has finally started to pay attention to the calls from the opposition for relief. We hope, Mr. Speaker, that the reduction, we actually urge the government, Mr. Speaker, to provide similar relief where more people are impacted, and that is at the fuel pump. We note the government collected $70 million above what was budgeted in excise tax, with plans to collect an additional $100 million in this financial year. So a government that promotes putting the people first, we know it is possible. Mr. Speaker, I note that there is no specific mention to road refurbishment or renovation in my community. I have, however, received correspondence from the Ministry of Infrastructure, and I hope that the government will pay particular attention in completing the Gayabwa-Park Estate Road, which we started, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, I will get there. I speak to a road, I'm not speaking to drains. Mr. Speaker, it is so deplorable that the community cannot be serviced by garbage collection. The member for Beaufort South, as Prime Minister, had ensured drainage works was completed. However, Mr. Speaker, because of the height of the drainage, all the runoff water from heavy rainfall goes onto the road, and this, Mr. Speaker, has created areas that are just impassable. Mr. Speaker, my community has some ongoing economic activity, a direct spillover from my term in office. I hope the government does not use this as a barometer not to allocate resources for the continued development of this constituency. Work which was started on our playing fields, resource centers, washrooms on playing fields, facilities for Delcer playing fields. There was a drawing, Mr. Speaker, that we hope the government can continue to work on. Refurbishment of the Saltibus Community Center, land acquisition, which was meant to create green spaces and recreational parks, and to provide title for homeowners. There is a development thrust, Mr. Speaker, and interest from many business entities, and I urge the government not to allow this momentum to fade, not to allow assets that have been constructed to deteriorate, Mr. Speaker. Choiseul Saltibus is the foundation for many successful and outstanding sons and daughters of this country. Many in this parliament, including one serving and two past prime ministers, boast of their roots in this blessed community. My friend from Kasri South has a direct lineage from Choiseul, Mr. Saltibus. Many want to make it home like our current speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am asking that this government let progress reign. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member, you do realize that you had 3 minutes of your original time left, that you did not use the 15 given to you.
I thought that my friend would continue the heck.
Okay. Just on a personal note, earlier this morning, the member for Dennery South had expressed concern about 3 missing fishermen. I'm pleased to inform you that they have been found alive and well, and they're back home. Member for Beaufort North.
much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you and thank you, honorable members. Mr. Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Castries East and Prime Minister of St. Lucia presented the Appropriation Bill 2023-24 to honorable members to our country on Tuesday, 25th, 2023. He presented truth, not manufactured untruths. He gave evidence, not wishful thinking. He handed the evidence of growth to the Parliament and laid out for all to hear and see a clear path for continued prosperity, a clear path for shared prosperity, a clear path for inclusion, and also a clear path for shared responsibility. The Member of Parliament for Castries East, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the St. Lucia Labour Party, Honorable Philip J. Pierre, is the Minister of Finance and the leader for this time, Mr. Speaker. He is the leader for the times. I wholeheartedly support the report and proposals which were presented by the Prime Minister in the Appropriations Bill 2023-2024 under the theme Health and Security, Pillars of Sustainability. I am indeed pleased, Mr. Speaker, that my constituents of Vieux-Fort North will benefit from the vision and programs of the government wherever they are. Fishers of Savants Bay and Vieux-Fort will get the rebate of $1 per gallon of gas, repairs to the facilities, training for fishers, safety equipment, students from Vieux-Fort North who will get their laptops, and parents who will save thousands of dollars, those visiting the health facilities with improvements to be done, the elderly who will benefit from improved health care and the Golden Program, the youth from Vieux-Fort North, the youth economy, the small enterprise sector, the tax amnesty, the support to honey producers, for example, our Rising Brothers from Vieux-Fort North, the Yelp honey producers, and others, people like Joshua from Grace, will be smiling, Mr. Speaker. Value added in cassava and coconuts, the St. Jude Reconstruction Project, the Iwanora Airport Reconstruction Project, the Blue Economy Project, the removal of VAT on building materials. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, this is the Prime Minister for the times, Mr. Speaker. He is the Prime Minister for the times. A while ago, Mr. Speaker, the member for Choiseul asked whether I should respond or whether I can respond to the fact he noted, well, I don't know if it's a fact, but he noted that many young people from his constituency and in other places are suddenly dying, and he believes clearly that there's a problem. I will say clearly, Mr. Speaker, that what we are seeing in terms of the medical records, it shows a clear pattern of increased mortality, a clear pattern of increased challenges in healthcare with people who have non-communicable diseases. It is also important to say that our health professionals continue to do the research and continue to ensure that we gather the data so that if there are any clear trends, these will be reported. I also wish to say to the member for Choiseul, Mr. Speaker, that not only in St. Lucia but around the world, there is a growing trend of what you call long COVID, where it is being described that people who have recovered from the COVID-19 disease seem to be coming up and presenting new challenges. He spoke about pharmaceuticals, and this has been an issue for a long time. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the supply chain issues stemming out of the COVID-19 pandemic and the enormous debt which we incurred to suppliers, we are negotiating payments on these debts. And again, Mr. Speaker, he was in the last government and he should know about the bills which they left to pay to pharmaceutical companies. We are certainly paying down those debts. And I can say to him, Mr. Speaker, that from time to time, we do have shortage of some pharmaceuticals, but these matters are being addressed, and they have been addressed. Mr. Speaker, the leadership of our ministry anchored by the Permanent Secretary, Ms. Janie Daniel, has been guided by the strategic policies of our government in the implementation of projects in our ministry. It is very clear, Mr. Speaker, that we have to guide this healthcare system and the economy from the devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic. As we know, the healthcare sector is one of the key engines and drivers of economic growth. We saw what happened with the COVID-19 pandemic. And as the COVID-19 pandemic wanes, we realize that the strengthening of primary healthcare is a major priority. We also note, Mr. Speaker, that risk factors such as sedentary lifestyles, smoking, alcohol abuse, body mass index, and so on, have not reflected any signs of improvement over the years. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it continues to be of major concern to all of us in the ministry, especially the team led by Dr. Shana Sir. It is, Mr. Speaker, a strategy to tackle the risk factors which will involve an approach which incorporates the entire population. Mr. Speaker, on page 66 of the Prime Minister's address, a levy of 2.5% on goods and services except food, medicines, medical and security equipment, it will be placed for healthcare and security investments. I am pleased that some of the revenues which will come out of this levy will go directly into healthcare investment. Mr. Speaker, here is what we face. When we are sick, when our family is sick, when we have an unfortunate accident, we take them to the St. Jude Hospital, to the team led by Dr. Natram, or we take them to the OKEU, to the team led by Dr. Lisa Charles, or to the Denry Hospital, to the team led by Nurse Yolanda Alcindor, or to the Soufre Hospital, to the team led by Nurse Sadhu Alexander. What happened? We want to ensure when we take our relatives to these hospitals and to the health centers that we get the best medical professionals available. We are expecting to get the best care, and we are hoping that the hospitals will have the supplies and trained staff. It is the responsibility of the government to do its very best to keep focus on this priority and allocate resources to our hospitals as best as it can. We are a responsible government, Mr. Speaker. We put people first, and providing financial resources to our public hospitals is our priority. Therefore, revenues from the 2.5% levy for health and security will assist us. Mr. Speaker, let me give you an idea of what we face. 2 hospitals struggling for years to meet operational costs and starved of capital investment for innovation and modernization. What do we do as a government? Continue to fight and battle and say we don't have money? No. Let us look at what's happening at St. Jude, Mr. Hospital. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Let's look at what's happening at St. Jude. The fire and conditions at the stadium have made the situation worse. But when Ms. Lydia Atkins, the CEO at St. Jude Hospital, and Mr. Elevic, who is heading the board, look at their situation, you have to call for more resources to the St. Jude Hospital. Last year they served over 44,000 people. Before COVID-19, St. Jude Hospital served over 50,000 people. An average of 16,500 people accessing specialty clinic every year, and 33% increase in admissions between 2015 and 2019. If you look at the average cost per patient between 2019 and 2020, it jumped from $585 per patient to $719 if it's not subsidized. Now, Mr. Speaker, the cost per patient at St. Jude Hospital, it moved from $949 around 2020 to $1,173 now, unsubsidized. You have 400 staff members posting negative cash balances in 2021, 1.8 million, 1.3 million in 2022. The collection rates have gone down. Prior to COVID-19, they were collecting 53% of revenues from services. Right now, they're only collecting 23%. Critical equipment needs of $3 million. 20 nurses needed. Bed capacity over 100% at the stadium. And the cost of operation is over $33 million annually. And over the years, last year, year before, a subvention of $21 million. What are we supposed to do? What are we going to do if we want proper health care? The 2.5% levy will assist the healthcare sector, and you will see in a while what we are doing directly to assist the St. Jude Hospital. If you look at the Millennium Heights Medical Complex, Turning Point, the Mental Wellness Center, and so on, Dr. Dexter James, the CEO, and Dr. Lisa Charles, when they look at the responsibilities, and Ms. Reynolds, who's the head of the board, when they look at their responsibilities, they realize that over 50,000 people were served in 2022. Surgeries, admissions, accident and emergency, 95 people in dialysis. The cost of operation of the Millennium Heights Medical Complex, conservatively, Mr. Speaker, is at $95 million and counting. $8 million in capital costs, in capital expenses they're budgeting for this year. The current recurrent budget, last year they got $52.2 million, and $48 million of that is absorbed in salaries. And what do they collect? $5 million in services every month at the OKU, Millennium Heights Medical Complex. But they only collect $400,000 per month. So they're providing $5 million in services, but they're only collecting from user fees, people who pay the hospital and so on, only $400,000. So you could well imagine the challenge with the Owen King EU Hospital and the Millennium Heights Medical Complex. So what do you do? What do? You just stay and keep scratching your head? This government has a clear path, step by step, phase by phase, to ensure that the hospitals, the public hospitals and facilities get adequately financed. I heard the member for Miku South many times talking about health insurance. Oh, how are we going to finance health care? We started some health insurance. I want him to bring to the House the evidence with documents which showed that they had completed negotiations with any health insurance company and that they had a solid health insurance plan for St. Lucia. He cannot do it. He cannot do it. So how did we address these challenges over the year? Our goal, Mr. Speaker, is to advance universal health coverage and to make that goal part of all the workings of the ministry. So everywhere in the ministry we are talking about universal health coverage, while at the same time urgently improving conditions of work of our staff, urgently doing all that we can to improve patient care, Mr. Speaker. What did we do during last year to assist? At St. Jude, we know that we have started the refurbishment, rehabilitation, and we will complete the St. Jude Hospital at Ogier. But while we are at the stadium, a lot of work was done. Reconstruction of the East Wing, rehabilitation of the inventory warehouse, rehabilitation of the triage booths, rehabilitation of emergency technician's office, works ongoing to redesign and rehabilitate the emergency room resuscitation bay, rehabilitation of outpatient clinic, redesign and rehabilitation of the eye clinic and bacteriology department, supply of furniture for departments and those kinds of things. Provide support through donation of major equipment including ventilators, lab equipment and other machines, Mr. Speaker. This is what we did last year. It is very important to note, Mr. Speaker, that in November of 2022 we started work on the St. Jude Hospital at Ogier. And we are very confident that we are going to complete this hospital to remove the people and the staff from the stadium. Very, very confident, Mr. Speaker. The 2.5% levy will contribute an investment to the government's efforts at providing quality health care under the Universal Health Care Program. The Owen King EU Hospital, while we speak about all the challenges, what happened last year? I can spend a whole night telling you about what happened at Owen King EU Hospital. We have lots of challenges there, Mr. Speaker. And we have a lot of complaints about the accident and emergency department. And so the hospital has adopted a new model of care with the board and Dr. James and Dr. Lisa Charles and the whole team. a new model of care, and they're working on it, consulting with St. Lucia Diabetes and Hypertensive Association, Blind Welfare Association, St. Lucia Cancer Society, Alzheimer's and Dementia, St. Lucia Renal Association, all of consultations to ensure that we take the views of all of them into consideration in our work. We have spoken about accreditation, and the hospital is working towards that, Mr. Speaker. The hospital is also working on a new model of hospital financing, and you will hear a lot about it. The hospital is establishing a trust so that it depends less on the government for direct support. The accident and emergency department, improvements are happening there to shorten the waiting time. There are service enhancements and a move towards a 24-hour hospital. Mr. Speaker, the challenges at our hospitals are strongly connected to the challenges and services at our health centers or at our wellness centers. Our teams in the region, Mr. Speaker, all around have been hearing about universal health care, improving quality all around the ministry and throughout our various departments. So you can start from the respiratory hospital, from Miss Nancy Francis, and you can go to Nurse Julieta Cassius. You can also speak to Nurse Suraj, Kirthni Suraj, the Chief Nursing Officer, and Nurse Tekla Jabatis, the Immunization Manager. All of them working together to ensure that we improve services. And what have we done, Mr. Speaker? We have engaged what we call public welfare assistance at the Castries and Beaufort Wellness Centers, in addition to what we had at the respiratory hospital. And that is an idea coming straight from the Prime Minister, and I want to thank him for that, Mr. Speaker. So public welfare assistance at the Castries and Beaufort Wellness Centers, and we are going to spread these services so that these people can assist the nurses and the professionals to have some welfare service. Medical assistance, Mr. Speaker, $1.4 million last year in medical assistance, $1.2 million to services locally, and a total of $144,985 overseas. And if you speak to Dr. Glensford Joseph, who handles the medical assistance, he can tell you the number of requests we have. Mr. Speaker, we are working with our friends in Martinique and also in Guadeloupe, and the discussions are preliminary. We have had a few meetings, and we are going to work with the Department of External Affairs, the Ministry of External Affairs, our Permanent Secretary, Ms. Danielle, the Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Sharon Belma George, in consultation with Counsel Alison Joseph, and also the Department of External Affairs. We are going to finalize the Memorandum of Understanding between St. Lucia and the French departments. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in June, we are hoping to meet with them in Martinique and Guadeloupe to look at the possibilities to strengthen the relationship between Martinique and Guadeloupe. All of this, Mr. Speaker, in an effort to bolster service to our people. Non-communicable diseases, Mr. Speaker. And if you talk to Dr. Shana Sir and her team, you will know, Mr. Speaker, that they're working hard on Know Your Numbers campaign. What about your blood pressure? What about your sugar? And so on. They're working hard on that. And I don't need to tell you about the St. Lucia Moves initiative. You see it happening in different businesses now. And it is just an effort to sensitize our people to moves, that they need to move a little more, Mr. Speaker. We also are working on the performance-based financing, and Mr. Neam Jabatis is there very strong, assisting us in this regard. Mr. Speaker, in primary care, we wanted to ensure that we strengthen our weekly surveillance reports, and the office of Dr. Sharon Belma George, the CMO, continues to strengthen the processes. If you say hi to Dr. Michel François, our epidemiologist, Mr. Speaker, working very hard to ensure that our processes are fine-tuned so that we can get the correct research that the member for Choiseul spoke about. And health promotion. And Mrs. Natasha Lloyd-Felix and team working very hard, and now Ms. Nadej Smith-Lambert doing even additional work with our health promotion. And you can see an increase in our health promotion in the coming out of the ministry. And when we speak about diet and nutrition, we've been working with the Ministry of Education and Mrs. Lisa Hunt and her team, together with the CMO's office, working on the school's nutrition policy, but of course with the Ministry of Education. And we know what happened with the sugary beverages. It is something we are continuing to discuss and hope that our parents and we can work something out together. We believe we needed to have more consultation, and the Ministry of Education is working very hard with us on that. Mr. Speaker, you can't speak about primary health care if you don't talk about substance abuse. And we know the launch of our national drug strategy is coming, Mr. Speaker, and especially post-pandemic. We are seeing a lot of issues, and this is something we are working on, and the program will be launched very soon. Mr. Speaker, primary health care, although we are talking about universal health care, Mr. Speaker, primary health care really is the foundation and the skeleton of universal health care. And I don't know if you know somebody by Dr. Ephraim Lecote, Mr. Speaker, and her team. And here is what they did last year for the first time. Because of our focus on elderly affairs, they launched a wonderful program of mobile dental elderly programs at Comfort Bay in Viewfort, at Cornerstone, St. Lucy's Home, Marion Home, Johnson's Home, Adelaide Home, Mother Teresa Home, and for the retirees. 221 elderly persons were provided care, 218 cleanings, and a number of extractions, Mr. Speaker. I am very proud of Dr. Ephraim and her team, Mr. Speaker, and the programs that they are providing for the first time to our elderly homes, and that will continue, Mr. Speaker. They will start a program for the grade Ks and grade 1 students, Mr. Speaker, because Dr. Ephraim received a grant, and Mr. Speaker, she's been made a fellow of the International College of Dentists, and they continue to work very hard. Recently, Mr. Speaker, we had the US military Lamont mission, and that was a huge success. Our team members put together a plan, and we know it happened before, but what we saw before, we ensured that we would not see people on the tents waiting from 3 o'clock in the morning and so on. We had a system where people called in to make appointments and so forth, and this was very, very successful, Mr. Speaker. The US professionals worked alongside our professionals, and 230 patients were seen for surgeries, some of them major surgeries, and they are praising this. Our infection, so let me thank the US military Lamont mission, Mr. Speaker. Our infectious disease, we piloted HIV self-testing in collaboration with Caribbean Med Labs Foundation. That was a success, and we hope to continue this, Mr. Speaker. So Dr. Gail Kajada, Mr. Speaker, a very quiet lady, soft-spoken, but very profound in her work, Mr. Speaker, providing further training in HIV and syphilis rapid testing with her team, and we're looking at the commencement of fixed-dose combination medications for tuberculosis management. So, Mr. Speaker, when we speak about universal health care, the last time the member for Miku South and the leader of the opposition shouted across the room, what is universal health care? You need to talk about health insurance. When a former prime minister asks you what is universal health care, I just hope nobody from the international community heard that, Mr. Speaker. A former prime minister said, what is universal health care? It is very clear, Mr. Speaker, that he was lost as prime minister. He does not know the fundamentals of building a healthcare system, and that is why they failed, Mr. Speaker. That is why they failed miserably with their policies. And when we speak about universal health care, this time, we know a lot of work was done before. I will demonstrate to you that this time we're not only just talking about universal health care, lots of actions have been put in place. And if you speak, Mr. Speaker, for a little while, maybe over coffee, to Dr. Alicia Eugene Ford, who's the head and director of our universal health care program, you will understand what is happening. Tremendous amount of work has been done with the team. We established the Universal Healthcare Unit as a project in August of last year. We were not just living it as a program in the ministry. We wanted to give it direction, we wanted to give it leadership, and so we employed a director of universal healthcare with some limited support staff, which we hopefully will increase later on. We employed a communication specialist to ensure that the universal healthcare had legs, Mr. Speaker. The unit has done tremendous work with strong support from the Universal Healthcare Working Group and many professionals in St. Lucia who have worked alongside the team. Again, I wish to say, Mr. Speaker, everything is not starting from scratch. We are not reinventing all of the wheels. But what I can tell you is that we are on a path which will deliver universal healthcare to St. Lucia, albeit in a phased way, but we are on a path, and I will tell you exactly what will happen, and to show you how the 2.5% levy for health and security will assist us in paying for some of these services. What have we done, Mr. Speaker? The drafting of the white paper is ongoing, and the white paper is a roadmap. We've had other papers before, but this time with assistance from the World Bank, we're working hard on the Health System Strengthening Project. We are working hard to deliver this. Also, Mr. Speaker, we have looked again at the essential package of health services. Which health services should we include in a basket of services? Some work was done on it before. We have looked at the work. That work is completed, and we have given it to an actuarial consultancy to make sure everything fits well, and we should get the results soon. We are going to launch maternal and child health services as the first tangible result of our universal healthcare program. And in this budget, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance has allocated $1.8 million to do this. And what does it mean? What does this mean, Mr. Speaker? What does it mean? It means that we are going to provide additional services of labs, ultrasounds, investigations at the primary care level to improve St. Lucia's perinatal outcomes. It means, Mr. Speaker, that the ladies who get pregnant in St. Lucia when this program is launched will get the labs, will get the investigations and the necessary ultrasounds to ensure that we have safe delivery and healthy deliveries. Why did we choose this? We realized, Mr. Speaker, that over the last 10 years, we've been having challenges with our births, stillbirths. Some parents, unfortunately, over the last few years have passed away, and there are issues we are noticing over the years. When we look at the data over the last 10 years, we are noticing that a number of pregnant ladies, a number of pregnant women, they do not access healthcare because it is too expensive for them. They have to go for the labs, the blood tests, they have to pay for it. The ultrasounds and a number of these services have to be paid for. So we have selected this. It is direct. We have the data. We know what we are doing. There are a little over 2,100 ladies who get pregnant in St. Lucia every year over the last 10 years. We have the data. We have costed the services. Mr. Speaker, we have had discussions with the providers of the services, and the providers of the services are not only the public sector, because you cannot have a successful universal healthcare program if you don't incorporate your private sector. So we are also talking to the private sector, meaning the private labs and so forth. So a lot of work has been done. We have proposals. They are discussing with the labs and so on, proposals for the payments. So this is on track, and we are going to deliver the maternal and child care services as part of our universal healthcare delivery. Mr. Speaker, under universal healthcare, registration and issuance of health cards, we are working with the Health System Strengthening Project to ensure that we register and provide health cards to the whole population. And I know some people have said, what's the sense of doing this? Why would you provide a health card to the population. It's very important because this health card, Mr. Speaker, will tie in to our health system, our health system, our information system on health in St. Lucia, SLUIS, and it will assist us in providing the service. While all of the services for universal health care will not be available now, the services that will be available, we are going to issue the health cards and ensure that they're being used while we wait for the other services to come on board, and then we're going to issue health cards. So we are not issuing thousands of health cards to just anybody as yet. We are doing it in a phased way. The experience in the other countries have told us that it is better if we're doing diabetes and hypertension, as we will be doing with the performance-based financing project. Then you register those people who are in the diabetes and hypertension, give them their health card. We'll be doing maternal and child health care services. We'll register the pregnant mothers so they have their health card, they can swipe it, they can use it in other facilities. Cancer screening and early detection. Mr. Speaker, we are hoping that by September of this year, we'll start work on this part of the universal healthcare project, which is cancer screening for prostate, breast, colon, and so on. A major deliverable for us is a cancer registry, which has been elusive for a while. And I know Dr. Remy, if she's listening, will say, I'm waiting for it, I've been waiting for a long time. And the St. Lucia Cancer Society, Faces of Cancer, and they've been doing a lot of work in that area, Mr. Speaker, and this year we are going to work on it. The communications aspect of the universal healthcare, Mr. Speaker, you have seen a lot of it already. We are developing a communications plan, communications programs just for universal healthcare. There was a survey, and we have a unit and pushing the message of universal healthcare headed by Ms. Jade Brown and her team. So, Mr. Speaker, we are moving ahead with universal healthcare purposefully, but at the same time strengthening our health facilities and strengthening our services all around the country. What about elder care services? I have spoken about the elderly homes and the dental programs which we have started. We have worked with the government of Taiwan with kitchen gardens for the elderly. We have gone to Comfort Bay Senior Citizens Home and provided equipment for the Comfort Bay Senior Citizens Home. But we have a new initiative this year. The Prime Minister and Minister for Finance has agreed, Mr. Speaker, that we are going to initiate a service which we will call the Golden 80 Plus Health Package. The Golden 80 Plus Health Package. Mr. Speaker, we know that the value of pharmaceuticals, which is provided to St. Lucians who are 80 years or older, is about 1.684 million 1,684,234. That is what we spend to provide medicines from our primary facilities, the health centers, the public hospitals, and so on, to individuals who are 80 years or older. We know that because we have the databases and so on. 1.684 million. Out of that, we spend $250,000 for diabetes and hypertension medication, which is free. So they don't pay for that. However, Mr. Speaker, our information suggests that $1.4 million, $1,433,763 is paid for out of pocket by individuals 80 years and over. So individuals, our residents who are 80 years and over, pay to the primary care facilities $1,433,763 in medication. So it means if you are 80 years or older, you have to pay, although you'll get diabetes and hypertension medication free. So you still have to pay for some medication. Starting this year, Mr. Speaker, and we are going to announce a date, all St. Lucians who are 80 years or older will no longer pay for medication or pharmaceuticals at our primary care facilities as long as they are available. So you will not have to pay any money for pharmaceuticals. Ça nous a dit à Mr. Speaker, nous avons un département pour Guamoun. Avec le gouvernement, ça là c'est un gouvernement qui a fait bagaille pour Guamoun avec tout le monde à pays cette ici. Nous avons qui les gens qui 80 l'année en montant aller à ces health center ou à l'hôpital, ils ont payé 1,6 million de dollars en remède. Mais à dans ces remèdes là, le gouvernement a payé 250 000 dollars en remède diabète et high blood pressure comme ça. Mais là nous gardons les nous, c'est grand monde ni pour payer monde qui 80 l'année en haut, ni pour payer toujours 1,4 million de dollars en remède. Ça gouvernement qu'a fait. Ça gouvernement, on a Philippe J. Pierre, premier ministre là qu'a fait, c'est nous a dit commencer l'année ça là et nous a annoncé une date. Depuis ou 80 l'année ou bien plus ou pas qu'à payer pour pièce remède en pièce health center, pièce l'hôpital public à cette ici. Depuis nous n'y remède là. Nous a dit une date, nous avons commencé. Nous avons pour mener un cadeau pour nous tuer ou 80 l'année. Parce que là, il y a des gens qui 80 l'année et qui ont gardé à côté de 50 l'année. Mais on est pour 80 l'année. So this is a new initiative, Mr. Speaker. We continue on our policy for older persons and also on the creation of the elder care unit. We are in discussions with the Ministry of the Public Service, and this, based on the documents which I have seen, will come soon. We are increasing the capacity of the Comfort Bay Older Citizens Home. It has a capacity way above the number of individuals we have there now, and so we are going to reorganize it to take more people. We continue, Mr. Speaker, to strengthen the supply of our health services. We are creating, Mr. Speaker, what we call centers of excellence. And again, the last time the Member of Parliament from Miku South and the Leader of the Opposition suggested that it didn't make much sense because it is better to have doctors go all around the country to all the health centers than to have centers of excellence and for people to travel. Well, Mr. Speaker, my role in this job is very simple. When the Prime Minister told me, you are going to do this job, I have a very simple way of assessing things. You put plans in place, you measure it against outcomes. It's not about bava, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that. You know? So, Mr. Speaker, what is a center of excellence? What we are saying is that we do not have the money to have specialist doctors to go all around St. Lucia in all 33 health centers every month, every week, and so on. We don't have the money to do it. And even though we had the money, we may not have the professionals who are available to do it. So what we are doing, we are concentrating certain services in some of our wellness centers. The regular services continue. It's not as if you don't have the regular services anymore, but we are concentrating some services. And we have started with the Miku Wellness Center, and the head of Region 4, Dr. Shanda Harak Singh, I'm sure can tell you a little more about that. But let me just tell you something quickly about results. And that is what I like, results. Verifiable results, Mr. Speaker. When we designated the Miku Wellness Center as a center of excellence, we saw a marked increase in the number of individuals who access specialist services. In 2022, we had no dental services there, the whole of 2022. Between January and now of 2023, we have had 117 clients going to the Miku Wellness Center for dental services. They never had dental services before. Well, the regular medical services, they are now seeing from 400 in 2022, they are now seeing 633. Casualty, 437, is around the same. 477. Internal medicine, 15 in 2022, now they're seeing 155, and that's January to now. Okay? we have others like antenatal, postnatal, and so on, from 61 to 92. Men's health, nephrology, and others, none in 2022 because we did not have that program. But when we designated MICO as a center of excellence, so far 63 men have accessed the services and they are coming back. So, Mr. Speaker, very clearly, this shows that we have increased access, which is what universal healthcare is about. Increased access and increased quality of services, dental services, and so on. The other wellness centers will come on board, like the Ancillary Wellness Center, Mr. Speaker. We're going to focus on sexual and reproductive health and also awareness of the snake bite and so on, snake bite education. The Viewford Wellness Center and others. Mr. Speaker, to expand our services, we are going to establish the Castries Urban Polyclinic. And if you speak to Nurse Bernadette Regis and her team, you will know the kinds of issues they are having in that region, Mr. Speaker. The present Castries Wellness Center is no longer fit for purpose. It has structural problems and it has situational constraints. The hours of service need to be extended at least to midnight, Mr. Speaker, to include services on weekends and holidays. We also, Mr. Speaker, need to cause non-emergency services to go to the urban polyclinic instead of the accident and emergency department of the Owen King EU Hospital. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, it is estimated by the OKEU that 50% of the cases that come to A&E, accident and emergency, can be classified as non-emergency care. Somebody burst their toe, somebody, now you can't blame them because they have nowhere else to go. So if you burst your toe midnight and it's bleeding and so on, you cannot go to the Castries Wellness Center. You go to accident and emergency. So there's a backlog. When we establish the Castries Urban Polyclinic, we are going to ensure that it goes at least up to midnight and in the future 24 hours so that those cases can go there and free up the accident and emergency area at Owen King EU Hospital. Again, Mr. Speaker, while we are focusing on universal health care, that's our goal, remember that. In the manifesto on page 20, you'll see it there. A big goal of our government is to establish universal health care. We are big on that. But while we are doing that, we are strengthening all the services everywhere as best as we can. And we are going to establish the Larry Seuss Wellness Center, Mr. Speaker. If you speak to Nurse Enda Antoine in that region, nous avons oui bâti Health Center Larry Seuss là, parce que nous voulons plus service dans toutes ces régions. And we have spoken about Soufre, and I'm sure Nurse Alexander at Soufre will be pleased to hear about the developments there at Soufre. Mr. Speaker, another very important development in our strategy and in our work is to ensure that we centralize the processes of maintenance. When I became minister, Mr. Speaker, all of the complaints, and I went to the health centers, I saw certain things, Mr. Speaker, some of them are heartbreaking, certain things, very simple things, a door lock, a doorknob, and he said, Mr. Minister, we've been asking for that for so long, a lock that costs $45 and so on. It's not that they don't want to fix it, but there was no proper system of maintenance, regular maintenance, Mr. Speaker. And so our biomedical engineer, Mr. Poleon, leads a team which we have put together, and they are at the respiratory hospital. And what they are doing, Mr. Speaker, we have technical staff to undertake maintenance work. We have plumber, an electrician, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning technician, so that they go around the health centers in a regular way, regular system to ensure that our systems are in place. As a result of the new focus, Mr. Speaker, you know what happened last year? And I wonder, when the members opposite criticized us, I wonder what was happening. whether they didn't know all of this. Let me tell you what happened last year, Mr. Speaker. Just last year, as a result of checking the equipment, going all around the country and checking, this government, out of central government, spent $1.2 million in the purchase of medical equipment in St. Lucia. $1.2 million just last year. St. Jude Hospital, $204,555. All kinds of analyzers, anesthesia machine, hematology analyzer, immunoassay analyzer, nurses' clinics all around St. Lucia. We spent $911,500. The eye clinic, purchase of equipment for eye clinic, $89,541, Mr. Speaker. $1.2 million spent to replace medical equipment. Now, if we do not have a system of checking the equipment, repairing them, ensuring that they're in top shape, we would not have the situations which we've had from time to time, when surgeries cannot be performed, when basic procedures cannot be performed. And it's because the last government failed to look at the basic things in healthcare. Now, I'm not saying we have done all. We have a lot of work to do. I get calls all the time from the health centers. They are missing this, they are missing that. Okay? Things like fetal heart monitors, vital signs monitors, Mr. Speaker, urine analyzers. We've placed those bits of equipment or pieces of equipment all around the health centers. We have a lot to do. So as a result of this focus, Mr. Speaker, we are able to alleviate a number of the problems. So nurses like Nurse Philippia Donnelly of Bellevue and Marilyn Liaison of Grace, the supervisor for Region 5, Nurse Jasmine Daniel, Nurse Shirley-Ann Lamontagne in Region 6, Nurse Simon Solomon, Nurse Yasmin Gabriel, Nurse Beverly Joseph Samuel of Babuno, Nurse Jamie Raphael, Morgan Raphael. All of these people are leading teams, Mr. Speaker, all around St. Lucia in the health centers to ensure that our work is done and to ensure that the people of St. Lucia are safe. We continue to strengthen public health emergency preparedness. And Mrs. Jeanette Hughes leads a wonderful team in the health system strengthening project of the World Bank, Mr. Speaker. And they have delivered so many positive things in the health sector. They have helped to improve our database management. They have helped to improve communication, supply of personal protective equipment, infrared thermometers, universal transport kit, viral transport kit, supply of vehicles to the various departments, and so forth. The OECS Regional Health Project of the World Bank, similar. They're the ones responsible for some of the smarting of our wellness centers, and a number of wellness centers have been visited, and Slare being one of them, and there are many others, and also radio communication and so forth. Mr. Speaker, the Pan American Health Organization, very critical to our work, and the UNICEF Technical Cooperation Team. They are assisting us to strengthen our system post-COVID-19. And they have assisted us, Mr. Speaker, with HIV, TB, and hepatitis training. They have assisted us with communicable diseases, vector management, and Mr. Ragunanan and the Environmental Health Department is doing a wonderful work. That department, Mr. Speaker, all throughout St. Lucia, doing wonderful work, and they are starved of the kind of resources that they need. And we are going to ensure we try to assist them. Health system and services, Mr. Speaker. Vaccination card monitoring and strengthening the systems with vaccination, vaccine safety and surveillance. So all of these things, Mr. Speaker, are happening while Mr. Speaker, while we are trying to roll out our main objective, which is the delivery of universal health care. Universal health coverage report, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vieux-Fort North, you have 10 minutes left.
That's 15 minutes.
Member for Dennery North.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the invocation of Standing Order 3210 to allow the member for Vieux-Fort North an additional 15 minutes within which to complete his presentation.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 3210 be invoked to allow the member for Vieux-Fort North an additional 15 minutes in which to complete his presentation. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Proceed, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, honourable members, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, moi regarde qui universal healthcare coverage c'est un gouvernement les nous en opposition nous regarde qui universal health coverage est important. Et qui ça est? Ça veut dire nous pour développer un système qui prend temps mais nous pour commencer à délivrer un système côté gens pays cette ici qui paye moins pour service extrêmement service important comme service diabetes, high blood pressure, cancer, avec ces problèmes ça là, dialysis, tous ces problèmes ça qui a affecté nous. Avec nous commencer un gouvernement qui a gardé universal healthcare, avec nous a fait un chai bagay. Nous a fait bagay health center Mikou, côté un chai nom à présent, vous allez à clinique en Mikou, l'année dentiste, avec nous a fait un différent health center en cette ici. Ça nous a dit assez. Gouvernement cette ici, pas ni tout l'argent pour payer tout spécialiste pour aller tout partout au lieu cette ici. C'est ça l'idée d'opposition a dit. Mettez spécialiste tout partout, puis tout le monde vini à ces centres of excellence là. Nous a dit à présent, nous ni pour marcher petit pas avec faire bagaille plus meilleur, avec les nous ça fait plus bon, nous a fait plus bon. Comme ça nous tuer ces limoa qui a tuer plus monde, plus nom. Ça allait check prostate yo, plus non qu'aller check koyo parce que nous ni service là qui pas loin. And the people who are accessing the Miku Wellness Center, Mr. Speaker, most of them are from the south of the island, southeast of the island. Miku South, Vieux-Fort North, Vieux-Fort South, Pralin, Dennery North, and so on. It is easier for them to get to the Miku Wellness Center. And we will do this in key areas all around the island. We have spoken about ancillary. We have spoken about Vieux-Fort. And we are going to select, look, we are refurbishing the Dennery, the Larishus Wellness Center. And we will go up to Babuno and these other areas, the main areas, with the health facilities that can support specialized services. Again, our aim is to expose and to give access. Universal healthcare is about access, reducing cost, quality, equity. So as long as we are achieving these things, Mr. Speaker, we will move forward. Mr. Speaker, the overall objective, as I've said, is to pursue UHC, universal healthcare, and we continue to take action to work with our teams to strengthen the supply of health services, to refurbish key health facilities, centralize the maintenance programs, strengthen public health preparedness, strengthen policies for elderly care. In this year's budget, Mr. Speaker, provisions have been made for Cuban nationals to continue to assist us with our medical requirements in terms of health professionals being available. I want to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, in a special way to thank the government and people of Cuba, Mr. Speaker. They have been at our side. They have been with us. Through thick and through thin, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Cuban ambassador, and I want to thank the head of the medical brigade. Also, Mr. Speaker, so we are going to continue to employ Cuban professionals. As I said before, $1.8 million has been allocated for the Universal Healthcare Project. And, Mr. Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Castries East and Prime Minister has put his money where his mouth is, so to speak. He said to us that healthcare is a major priority for the government, not only for this year, but for his administration on the whole. And what has he done? He has increased grants and contributions and also subventions to various organizations and hospitals in St. Lucia by 10%. In fact, grants, contributions, and subventions increased by $7 million in this year's budget. By $7 million, Mr. Speaker. A $3 million increase in the subvention to the St. Jude Hospital. $3.6 million increase in the subvention to the Millennium Heights Complex, which includes the Owen King E Hospital. A $10,000 increase in the subvention to the Diabetic and Hypertensive Association. A $20,000 increase to cater for the Childhood Development Center. $10,000 to the Autism Society. $20,000 to the Cerebral Palsy Association. $300,000 increase to cater for medical assistance in this year's budget. And so, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has demonstrated that he's putting people first and increasing assistance for our healthcare needs. In the capital, Mr. Speaker, $12.72 million for one, the establishment of the urban polyclinic, $1.3 million to assist St. Jude at the stadium to do some basic work, repair certain repair certain parts of the facility while we complete the hospital at Auger. $1.8 million for the upgrade of the deteriorated hot water system at the Mental Wellness Center of the Millennium Heights Medical Complex. $500,000 for the reconstruction of the Lauritius Wellness Center. Under the Health System Strengthening Project, $1.4 million and another $268,000 for the oxygen plant and also equipment. We are purchasing even more equipment under the OECS Regional Health Project of $1.7 million. So, Mr. Speaker, this year we intend to see significant improvement in the healthcare outcomes, both in terms of training for our health professionals, and a lot of training has been ongoing. I wish to take this opportunity to thank the hospitals, the CHUM hospitals in Martinique, who agreed to train nurses from the St. Jude Hospital and the Owen King Uyi Hospital. These nurses were in Martinique and the training is over, and more professionals will go to Martinique for training. Mr. Speaker, it is not difficult to understand why the members opposite will have problems with this budget. It's not difficult to understand, Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, the language is not one of growth. The language, it has been demonstrated, Mr. Speaker, that the members of the opposition are not inclined to any debates. Not inclined to any debates. Their history, Mr. Speaker, is laced with insults, calling people jackasses at all turns, whether it be on the campaign trail or whether it be when they are in opposition. That is their DNA, Mr. Speaker. They will not discuss the evidence in this budget. Mr. Speaker, it's not difficult to understand why the leader of the opposition will have falfouet, and you will see in his presentation, it's a lot of falfouet and accusations and shouting, because what he cannot argue with, Mr. Speaker, is that real GDP growth under the Member of Parliament for Castries East and Prime Minister is 18.1%, Mr. Speaker. He cannot argue with that. No matter how high he jumps, no matter how much he shouts, Mr. Speaker, he cannot argue that the lowest unemployment since 2010 has been achieved by the Member of Parliament for Castries East and the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. No matter what he says, he cannot argue that the overall deficit declined from 5.5% of GDP in 2021 to 1.5% of GDP in 2023. And no matter what he says, no matter all the posturing, Mr. Speaker, he cannot argue that the current balance improved. He cannot argue with the increase in public assistance of $25.9 million, the highest ever, Mr. Speaker. So while they say all what they say, the Member of Parliament for Castries East is the same one, they call him all kinds of names. They said he cannot speak well. How will he manage a country? They said he's going to fail. All kinds of things they said about him. The derogatory things I'll not even say. All kinds of things. But today, Mr. Speaker, today, the Member of Parliament for Castries East has demonstrated that he doesn't have to showboat, Mr. Speaker, like they were showboating. He doesn't have to do that. He is the leader of a cabinet with members and ministers. We put our shoulders to the wheel and we do the hard work for the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. That's what it is. It's about jobs. I think the Prime Minister said it a while ago. When they said J, they were so flustered. They didn't realize it's unemployment that's going on, so it's jobs the Prime Minister created. So I took it from him. So while they're trying to denigrate the Prime Minister and they're saying that J is for this, the people who are benefiting and working as a result of the policies of this Prime Minister, while they're shouting on TV, they're just there saying jobs, PJP jobs, 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 PJP jobs, PJP jobs. They can't deal with it, Mr. Speaker. So where is the lockbox? Where is the lockbox? When they're trying to challenge our performance and the performance of the member for Castries East, where is the lockbox? Where is the DSH? And while they talk about the 2.5% levy for health and security, you recall, Mr. Speaker, before the elections, they came with a host of hidden taxes. You remember that? Tax on charcoal. You remember that? You remember that? Tax on if you're going to fish by the sea near the airport in Viewfort. They were proposing a tax on that. Ice lolly. All kinds of taxes, Mr. Speaker. These people, they cannot argue with what the Prime Minister has done. And they're shocked. They're shell-shocked. So they're trying to hook onto the 2.5%. Oh, it's a VAT. It's a VAT. They call it environmental levy. All kind of thing they're calling it. But, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has demonstrated that he can manage this economy far better than the member opposite did. Far better than him. The Prime Minister is a man for this time, Mr. Speaker, to take us out of the rut which we were left in by the Member of Parliament for Miku South. And the Prime Minister has done it while assisting the poor, while giving social assistance to the needy and the vulnerable, while taking care of the elderly. Look at our 80 plus golden program and so many other programs, Mr. Speaker. You know what? They can't test him. Premier Ministre là, il vini avec il range économie. Travail à présent, moun qui pas qu'à travailler, l'IMO a descend plus bas l'IMO depuis 2010. Premier ministre là qui tenu plus bon performance en économie, Mr. Speaker. Si vous pas à arguer avec ça, vous avez créé toute qualité non J. Moi dis J c'est jobs. Jobs qui J. Et que pas ça dire le premier ministre là, comme ça vous avez créé vieux non. Vieux non pas qu'à faire. And you know, it's the attitude that they still have, Mr. Speaker. You know, in all of my debates in the parliament, when we were in opposition, in all of my arguments about the economic policy, it's really the attitude with which they govern, and up to now in opposition, you know, the attitude. You voulez lever néo à les gens cette ici. You voulez lever néo à nous. Après dit, nous pas qu'à faire, nous pas ça faire. Premier ministre Philippe J. Pierre, pas ça faire travail comme ça. Et Jic là il fait travail là. Yo qu'à faire après dit c'est yo qui premier ministre. Yo qui premier ministre. Yo voulez parler là yo voulez faire ça yo voulez. Mais yo pas premier ministre, Mr. Speaker. The member of parliament for Castries is a man for this time. I support the appropriation bill, and Mr. Speaker, thanks to my colleagues, thanks to my team at the ministry, Ms. Jenny Daniel, the permanent secretary, a very hard-working woman, Mr. Speaker, my secretary, Ms. Magdalene, thanks to all the team of the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs. And I could not do it without the support of my family, Mr. Speaker, and the support of my team at my parliamentary office. Ms. Kedu, Ms. Shomian Popi, Mr. Lincoln Francis, and all the teams on the local level. They understand, Mr. Speaker, that we have a lot of work to do in health and in the rest of the economy. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support this bill wholeheartedly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Dennery North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Appropriation Bill 2023-2024, otherwise known to many as the Budget Statement. Mr. Speaker, but before I delve into the substantive matters in my presentation, permit me to express condolences to a few families in my constituency who have in recent times been mourning the loss of loved ones. The family of Mr. Aubrey in Gadet, Mr. Speaker, who was laid to rest last week. Mr. Speaker, the family of Ofina in Gadet in Olio. And very recently, Mr. Speaker, the family of Ms. Tirun of Olio, who, Mr. Speaker, passed away a few days ago. Mr. Speaker, I also want to shout out my very good friend and mentor in constituency in the person of Cyprian, better known as Sly, Gregor of Dennery South, who must be listening, Mr. Speaker, to the proceedings in the House, my neighbors, Galva from Grand Riviere, the Noel family in New York, and other followers in the diaspora. Mr. Speaker, the presentation of the policy statement of the budget on Tuesday evening by the Honorable Prime Minister was yet another demonstration of a man who is not only ready to lead, Mr. Speaker, but has proven in the 2 years since he assumed office as Prime Minister that he is the man for the job. But Mr. Speaker, before I go further, let me say once again in this honorable chamber that it is both an honor and a privilege to take my place in this August Assembly on behalf of the people of Dennery North. Mr. Speaker, on 3 different occasions, 3 general elections, they lined up the polling stations at the following schools: the Grand Riviere Secondary School, the Richford Combined School, the Denier Riviere Combined School, the Larissus Combined School, and the Olia Combined School to repose their confidence in my ability to represent their interest in the parliament of our country and by extension, Mr. Speaker, the wider scheme of government. Mr. Speaker, I do not take my role as parliamentary representative for Dennery North lightly, knowing that in the last 3 general elections, no fewer than 7 different individuals have offered themselves to the people of Dennery North to be parliamentary representative. And Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, on every occasion where I have presented myself to the people of Dennery North, they have embraced me, Mr. Speaker, and they have given me a mandate to go into the parliament to champion their cause and give expression to their concerns. And so, Mr. Speaker, je voulais prendre l'occasion pour remercier les gens de Dennery North encore. Pour voter pour moi en 3 élections. Et que 3 élections, moi, oui, comme je demandé les gens de Dennery North pour moi une opportunité pour moi représenter au Parlement. L'année, à peu près 7 personnes qui sont venus devant les gens de Dennery North en élection et qui ont demandé pour une chance pour venir ici pour parler en le behalf de Dennery North. Mais toutes ces fois, ça, Mr. Speaker, c'est mon choisi moi. Et c'est pour raison ça, il y a encore moins ici, et pour pas qu'un point de responsabilité ça là, qu'on y a qui passe. And so, Mr. Speaker, I come here in support of the Appropriation Bill. This being the 11th time that I have stood in this honorable chamber to debate an appropriation bill. And I do so with the satisfaction of knowing, Mr. Speaker, that the suite of policies espoused by the Honorable Prime Minister will redound to the benefit of the people of Dennery North and the people of St. Lucia in general. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's presentation on Tuesday night, Mr. Speaker, both in terms of the contents and presentation, was a masterclass. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has meticulously apportioned the resources of the state to the various sectors of national development with a great degree of skill. But Mr. Speaker, what I found most interesting in the days immediately following the presentation by the Prime Minister was a failed Prime Minister of a previous era trying to claim and grab the plaudits and trying to take the credit, Mr. Speaker, for the outstanding performance of our government. But that is him by nature, because that former Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, has a history. Mr. Speaker, when he came into office in 2016, he found that the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party had already secured, through the efforts of the member for Labrie, a grant of $5 million for the Dennery North Water Redevelopment Project. And upon realizing that the grant amount, which was secured at a negotiating table at an OAS meeting in Guatemala in 2012, upon realizing that amount was insufficient, we as an administration approached the Caribbean Development Bank for a loan of 22 million EC to complement the 5 million grant from the Mexicans. And you would have thought, Mr. Speaker, that when the project was being commissioned and the ribbons were being cut, that due credit would have been given to administration. But shamelessly, you should have seen him posture cutting ribbon, claiming what was not rightfully his. And today he comes with the same posture, trying to claim and the accolades, as I said, for the outstanding performance of the economy under our administration. Mr. Speaker, he tries to lay claim for the double-digit growth that we are currently experiencing. Mr. Speaker, but not so for the not favorable programs that he implemented. He claims what is good today and say it is as a result of his administration, but he refuses to claim the crime situation that we find ourselves in today because he abandoned a lot of the social programs that he met in train when he assumed office in 2016. Mr. Speaker, the crime figures are commensurate with the failed social policies of the United Workers' Party. They stopped the NICE program, or should I say the only component that was retained was the elderly care program. The farm labor support program was stopped. The playing field maintenance program was stopped. And almost every other aspect of the NICE program that was providing social relief to people in St. Lucia, that was stopped, Mr. Speaker. And today, it could very well mean that some of what we see unfolding in our society, Mr. Speaker, could be as a result of those programs that were cut short. The same man, under whose watch, $112 million was spent to facilitate horses, Mr. Speaker, while work on St. Jude stop would come here and go elsewhere in the media and try to claim, Mr. Speaker, the accolades for the economy doing well. The same man who allowed, Mr. Speaker, his friends to do whatever they wanted in our country is coming in here today to claim accolades because the economy is growing by a double digit, Mr. Speaker. The same man, Mr. Speaker, who invented Madi Puete and plunged our country into unprecedented levels of debt today wants to tell St. Lucians that as a result of the excessive borrowing on his part, that is why we are doing well today. The same man, Mr. Speaker, who denied opposition parliamentarians state resources because we were members of the St. Lucia Labour Party, he comes into this house and tells us, Mr. Speaker, well, he has not spoken yet, but he was in the media telling St. Lucians that, Mr. Speaker, he is responsible for the double-digit growth. The people of Olio, Despin, Lapel, Larissus, Gadet, Denier Riviere, Belmont, Richmond, Grand Ravine, and Grand Riviere, Mr. Speaker, they suffered because I was confined to the opposition benches. And today, Mr. Speaker, $6 million that could have been spent in Denrinoff to improve the quality of life for my people, Mr. Speaker, that amount was denied. And today, when we should have been building on the successes of the previous term, we have to start from scratch in a number of areas. Dilapidated roads, school infrastructure not being up to the mark, Mr. Speaker. And there are so many other examples where my people had to suffer simply because in the majority they had gone into the polling stations on election day to vote for Sean Edward and the St. Lucia Labour Party. Mr. Speaker, the road from Apple to Julian Estefano Lulu in Belmont could have been completed had I benefited from CDP monies during the reign of the United Workers' Party. The roads in Apatat Lapel, the Richford Ring Road, so that people like Pastor Alfred, Lynette, Ezra, Johnson, and all the others in that area, Mr. Speaker, they would have had something to shout about, but we were denied. The same man who spent $8,000 a night in a hotel room at the expense of taxpayers will come here and go elsewhere and eyeball journalists and tell them that as a result of that kind of spending, he is responsible, Mr. Speaker, for 18.1% growth in the economy. Mr. Speaker, the same man who failed as a tourism guru to build a single hotel room in this country. And maybe, Mr. Speaker, if he was in office now, he would have been able to build one because we have removed VAT on plywood, steel, and cement. Mr. Speaker, the same man who paid Ernst & Young $6 million to prepare the budget when our civil servants have demonstrated time and again that they have the skills, they have the aptitude, and they have the quality, Mr. Speaker, to prepare the budget. The same man, Mr. Speaker, who's responsible for range development being paid $30 million. The same man who's responsible for Lockerbie being paid $32 million. The same man, Mr. Speaker, who squandered $7 million on vaccine. The same man to pay $24 million to Cayman City. Mr. Speaker, the same man whose travel bill in 5 years amounted to in excess of $1 million. and the list goes on and on. He tells the people of St. Lucia that as a result of all this reckless spending, he is responsible for the economy growing by 18.1%. So, Mr. Speaker, if he had not wasted the state's money the way he had done, our economy would have been growing by 50 and 60 and 80%. Mr. Speaker, I have full confidence in the Prime Minister and the member for Castries East. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has demonstrated time and again, and to use his own words, echoed by the member for Vieux-Fort North, he is not into showmanship. He's not a showman. And Mr. Speaker, I sit in the cabinet every Monday, and I can tell you the Prime Minister is very thorough. The Prime Minister consults. The Prime Minister has never given the impression that he knows everything. And the Prime Minister brings to the Prime Ministership a level of compassion and dignity, Mr. Speaker, that we did not see from his predecessor. It is only a compassionate Prime Minister who will eyeball every one of the members in his cabinet and say to us that when the resources in your ministry, resources being distributed, you have to ensure at every opportunity that opposition parliamentarians benefit in much the same way that your colleagues from the Labour Party and in the cabinet benefit. We did not know that, Mr. Speaker. We did not know that in times past. Mr. Speaker, I sat on the other side. The PowerPoint presentations were glaring. The PowerPoint presentations were impressive. And we were just relegated to bystanders who would just come here to ensure that there's a quorum. And more often than not, you would have thought that our presence would have at least, Mr. Speaker, elicited from them some compassion. But instead, Mr. Speaker, it was licks and character assassination. I'm not going in the past, but I've said time and again that in order for you to appreciate what is happening now and what will happen to the people of St. Lucia, where they will enjoy a better standard of living, you have to revisit the past to put what is about to happen in context. And the member for Choiseul talks about every parliament. Every parliament, hypocrite, you were here. You all revisited Grindberg. You all spoke about Rochamel. You all spoke about minister's account. You all did whatever you wanted here. You said nothing. You sat there for you, Mr. Speaker. But today you want to counsel. I'm not going to waste much time on you. I have a lot to say today. Mr. Speaker, on page 44 of the budget address, the Prime Minister spoke passionately about Julian Alfred. Mr. Speaker, he said this country has been witnessing the valiant feats of the breaking of records by Julian Alfred. Unquote. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's utterances were specific to the feats of Julian Alfred. But I am sure he was speaking to all elite athletes in this country who have demonstrated time and again that they are prepared to go out there and give quality representation to our country. Mr. Speaker, sports is a universally accepted avenue or medium through which the human potential can be realized. And Julian's coaches, Mr. Speaker, saw her potential at a very early age. Her mother saw it. Her school teachers saw it. The Lyonesse Comprehensive Secondary School principal in the then principal in the person of Mr. Lubon saw it. Mr. Francis, aka Ibed, saw it. Cornelius Bream and the other executive members of the Athletics Association saw it. Cuthbert Modest saw it, Mr. Speaker. And when I was approached as the minister at the time, and I was told that we have this young athlete at the Lyonesse Comprehensive Secondary School who has demonstrated that she can be a world-class athlete, and that certain interventions needed to have been made at the time, Mr. Speaker, to get her to transition from Lyonesse Comprehensive Secondary in St. Lucia to St. Catherine High in Jamaica, I wasted no time as the minister to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that we put what was needed in place to give her the support. And Jim Xavier, the current director of sports, will tell you, Mr. Speaker, and Jim has to be credited for persisting, Mr. Speaker, and believing in the process. And under my ministerial watch, Mr. Speaker, I caused the National Lotteries Authority at the time to give a stipend of $150 to Julian Alfred monthly, Mr. Speaker. Monthly. And for that, Mr. Speaker, to use a word that the member for Beaufort South, who's not here with us, uses all the time, Mr. Speaker, I was excoriated. I was investigated. I was maligned. I watch MPs, Mr. Speaker, in this chamber ask for extra time to do a number on my character and to refer to me as a thief, as somebody who had interfered in state monies at the National Lotteries Authority. For what, Mr. Speaker? For causing the NLA to give Julian Alfred $150 a month when she had moved from Leoness Comprehensive in St. Lucia to St. Catherine High in Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, I watched and I sat across there, and Mr. Speaker, every blow that was landed was celebrated. And I can't recall his expression at the time, but the member for Choiseul was there. And to the best of my recollection, Mr. Speaker, he was in the chamber, Mr. Speaker, and he was occupying the chair that is currently occupied by the member for Grosile, to the best of my recollection. I did not hear him stand up and say that the investment was one that was worthwhile, but they took turns. And you should have seen the memes on social media. You should have heard the names that I was called. And one of their surrogates went into the constituency and he told them that they should prepare for a by-election because I, Mr. Speaker, had played in National Lotteries Authority money. But today, I stand here vindicated. And the only regret I have, Mr. Speaker, is that instead of $150 a month, I did not cause the lottery to give her $1,500 a month. Lex Caribbean, a big law firm out of Barbados, Mr. Speaker, in June of 2018, was engaged to investigate me for, among other things, allowing the lottery authority to give Julian Alfred $150. And you know what they did? When they came into office, they stopped the subvention that was being given to Julian Alfred. This government, the same government that spent $112 million on horses, Mr. Speaker, stopped $150 going to a budding athlete who showed promise, who gave us the impression from very early that she had the potential to be world class. And that is what they did, the United Workers' Party administration. But where are they now, Mr. Speaker? All those who are exciting themselves in this chamber, where are they now? They have to tune to the televisions to watch the proceedings in this house. They don't belong here because they were never for the people of this country, Mr. Speaker. And the lawyer in Barbados was engaged, as I said, in June of 2018 to investigate me, Mr. Speaker. $50,000 deposit. That is what they were going to settle for. $600 US per hour. Julian was getting $150 US per month, living at somebody's home in Jamaica. But they were prepared to pay a lawyer $600 US an hour to investigate me, Mr. Speaker. And then the lawyer, coming with his junior counterparts, had settled, Mr. Speaker, or they had agreed to pay the junior counterparts $400 US an hour, on top of the $50,000 US just the deposit. And today, Mr. Speaker, you want to wonder why they sit in opposition and some of them can never re-enter this chamber. They're not for the people. So, Mr. Speaker, Julian Alfred will continue to make St. Lucia proud. There are a lot of young athletes who will continue to make St. Lucia proud. And I would have said at the time when I was the Minister for Sports that St. Lucia is one of the richest repositories of sporting talent in the entire Caribbean. And I am very much encouraged by the work being done by the member for Grosile as he leads the charge in an area of national development that I would have worked in before, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what is our question? La tenir temps les montées assises en opposition. Gouvernement flambeau te fait plaisir pour try de tout gens cette ici that moins te fait passe droit et nous tenir minister's account et puis bagaille comme ça. Et yo te ka fait ça pour une raison. Puis yo savent yo te ka une difficulté pour gagner site de Nunof là. Et là yo pas ça gagne et vote yo décidé bonnet. Dat yo aller derrière moi pour try déti caractère moi. Pas ban pièce bagaille en opposition pour faire kichime foot pas canal rien, pas un sacrement. Et then Mr. Speaker, yo kwele yo de faire ça de kay minimum de opposition ko moun de kay tourner contre moyen de Nunof et que de kay gagner élection. Mais c'est pas de kay fait Mr. Speaker. Et vous aviez ça là yo teni cheese et puis moi pour comme ministre qui a une responsabilité pour National Lotteries Authority. Moi en cause board National Lotteries Authority pour bailler un jeune mamzelle nous a crié Julian Alfred qui est allé à l'école lyonnaise comprehensive en cette lycée. Yo $150 américains tous les mois. Puis nous, ouais, Mr. Speaker, si madame n'a ni habilité pour faire plus bien passer des cafés cette lycée. Sur la décision, tu prends entre maman, entre Athletics Association, coach, et puis il y a des gens qui t'ont évolué la vie pour voir aller à Jamaica, pour ça apprendre quoi primaire, et puis pour traîner, et puis bagaille comme ça. Et tous les mois, nous avons $150 américains, Mr. Speaker. Les gouvernements flabo entré. Yon c'est premier bail yo essayer faire. C'était pour ni investigation contre moi. Mais even avant yo commencé investigation, yo déjà metté combien bagaille dans les médias sociaux pour détruire caractère moi et puis tu as écrit moi voler et puis tout l'autre nom qui teni. Et yon c'est bail yo ka investiguer moi pour Mr. Speaker. C'est pour qu'une cause Julian Alfred pour jouer $150 par mois. Ça c'est un monde qui quitte cette liste. Il allait à la Jamaïque. Il a resté la caille en monde, Mr. Speaker. Qui ça qui ont $150 dat nous pas ça bail en monde comme ça. Mr. Speaker, aujourd'hui si nous pour mettre ça anglais nous calculer a dollar value on the performances in terms of the exposure that she is giving to this country, not even the impact of the tourism marketing efforts can compare. And she has just started, Mr. Speaker. But today, Mr. Speaker, she's because I know who I am. I know what I stand for. I know what it is like, Mr. Speaker, to cross the boundary rope and to take the field with the national flag on my crest, Mr. Speaker, representing my country. I know what it is like, Mr. Speaker, to raise my bat in the direction of the dressing room for my country on foreign soil because I would have done well for my country. So once I would have been in the Ministry of Sports, any opportunity that presented itself for me to have assisted elite athletes, I would have done so. But who's the first person, Mr. Speaker, waiting for the races to be run so there can be an update on his page? The member for Mikud South. And there's a shamelessness that characterizes his politics, the likes of which, Mr. Speaker, that we will never see, not just in St. Lucia, but the entire Caribbean. In part of Mr. Speaker, they call that Sahont. Pani Hontes. But Mr. Speaker, let me move on to a few areas that are not within my portfolio that the Prime Minister mentioned in the budget. Mr. Speaker, no VAT on plywood, steel, cement, and galvanized. Mr. Speaker, not everybody in this country can build a 2, a 3, and a 4-story structure. Mr. Speaker, when you program as a responsible government, you must make provisions for people from all walks of life. And I will understand why some people will frown on the removal of VAT on plywood, steel, cement, because they live in their comfort zones. They live in an ivory tower, Mr. Speaker, and they do not understand the plight of ordinary people. But I will tell you one thing I know. In those plywood structures you see in our country, people work hard to construct those, Mr. Speaker. And they pen them up nicely, Mr. Speaker. And they have beautiful flower gardens, Mr. Speaker, at the entrances. And inside those plywood houses, Mr. Speaker, there is an overload of pride and dignity. And that matters. That matters for the psyche of the nation, Mr. Speaker. So when the Prime Minister, in his wisdom and with his compassion, decided that he would take VAT off, Mr. Speaker, plywood, steel, cement, and galvanized, Mr. Speaker, I am a happier member of Parliament for this. Because I know that there are many people in this country who want to renovate their homes. I know there are several people, Mr. Speaker, who want to construct a little plywood house, but they may not have the means at this particular point in time. And so that bit of soulagement and relief is handy, and I know several people in my constituency who will be benefiting from this. Mr. Speaker, on page 44 of the budget address, the Prime Minister spoke about sports, and more specifically, the introduction of a semi-professional football league. Mr. Speaker, football is the most popular sport in the world. Football is predominantly a male sport in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, we know the troubles that we are having with young men in our country. We cannot be oblivious to that particular problem. Nous savons qu'il y a des trois cas de jeunes dans ma société. Moi, Mr. Speaker, moi, c'est des ministres qui ont une responsabilité pour le sport. I made it my business on a Saturday and a Sunday to drive into almost every district to see for myself what was happening. At the time, there was a heavy emphasis on upgrading facilities, and that was nicely complemented by programs that engage the community. So when you went into Deriso, Roseau, you went into the Mabuya Valley, Vieux Fort, thousands of people used to congregate on those playing fields to witness a game of football, cricket, or what have you. And Mr. Speaker, that creates a social atmosphere and environment that will help with the crime situation. It keeps our young people meaningfully engaged. And more than just keeping them meaningfully engaged, this is an avenue that was being provided so that they could have given expression to their skills. And several of them were able to secure professional or semi-professional contracts in Trinidad, Antigua, in Martinique, and other parts of the Caribbean. So when the Prime Minister spoke of the semi-professional football league, Mr. Speaker, I am one who is in full support of this. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, we in the Denry North constituency, soon from today, will be embarking on a massive football revitalization program. I have already secured 200 pairs of quality football boots to distribute, Mr. Speaker, amongst the young footballers of the valley. You're not getting any. Mr. Speaker, uniforms are being procured. Incentives are being finalized. And Mr. Speaker, we are already putting things in place to ensure that some of our best players in constituency will get the opportunity to have trials in other parts of the Caribbean, Mr. Speaker, and potentially far away. Mr. Speaker, the same will happen for cricket and court games in the coming weeks. But a lot of money has been spent to procure football boots that will be distributed to the young men of the Mabuya Valley. There will be a resurgence in football, and we will rise again, Mr. Speaker, to our #1 position in this country. Mr. Speaker, on page 40, the Prime Minister spoke about land rationalization and resettlement, and he mentioned the PROUD program, the program for the rehabilitation of unplanned development. PROUD has been a subject of discussion in this honorable chamber for as long as I can remember. Mr. Speaker, land empowers people. Land empowers families. Mr. Speaker, land tenureship can cause a family to go to the bank and be in a position to take a loan so that the children of the parents can go overseas to pursue Mr. Speaker, university education. Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of state-owned lands in the Mabuya Valley. And soon from today, Mr. Speaker, I am hoping that the discussions that we have started with Crown Lands and Invest St. Lucia will result in the people of my constituency being given title to the lands that they currently occupy. Lands, Mr. Speaker, in La Pelle, Grand Ravine, Belmont, and Oleon in particular, and Mr. Speaker, Tilarisus to a lesser extent. Mr. Speaker, Commerce, Business Development, on page 42. The micro, small, medium enterprises, Mr. Speaker, that is the buzz concept in government these days. And that buzz is reflected, Mr. Speaker, with a buoyancy that the member for Sufra, Mr. Speaker, carries everywhere she goes. And when she speaks, Mr. Speaker, you can tell of the satisfaction that she is enjoying as it relates to that particular program. Gouvernement jamais bagay en place, Mr. Speaker. Côté nous kay bay ti business en différentes communes, si pour ça agrandir business yo, et bien business qui a struggle, puis ça anticipe pour manger les affaires yo, so ça continue à faire business entre ces différents bagages là yo ka vendre, et bien ces services là yo ka bay. Mr. Speaker, we heard of a reduction in the unemployment figures. If we can continue to create an environment where small businesses can thrive, there will be less of a reliance on central government for employment. And so this particular initiative I welcome. The Prime Minister said, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, in this fiscal year, the government is making available $10 million through the St. Lucia Development Bank under the MSME loan grant facility. I am hoping, Mr. Speaker, that small businesses throughout the country, in particular those from my constituency, will seize the opportunity to give themselves more opportunities for growth and expansion. And as I said, those who are struggling, they too, Mr. Speaker, will be able to get some form of support that will help them bolster their own businesses. On page 40, Mr. Speaker, of the budget statement, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, St. Lucia's housing stock deficit has been worsening by the rising cost of building materials and available and affordable housing lots. Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious national issue. Sometimes I browse through the newspapers or different sites online, and when I see the amount that is being quoted per square foot for a piece of land in this country, I ask myself, is there a deliberate scheme at work to price St. Lucians out of earning land in our country? Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious issue. So when the NIC, through NIPRO, can begin to identify lands in the various constituencies, Mr. Speaker, to have housing programs that will cause young St. Lucians, particularly young professionals, to be able to access land and to build a home, Mr. Speaker, that can only augur well for the viability of our country. And so I welcome this program. Because in Olio, Mr. Speaker, and I've had preliminary discussions with the Minister for Housing, there's an area in Olio known as Madwa. Very picturesque part of the community, Mr. Speaker. Ideal for a housing program. And let me say, Mr. Speaker, in this honorable house, that soon from today, the people of Olio, and by extension, the people of the Mabuya Valley, will begin to see some movement on the part of the government in terms of land acquisition and what else needs to be done to ensure that we develop the Madwa area into a viable housing scheme for the people of Olio and other persons within the Mabuya Valley who are desirous of owning land, Mr. Speaker, and constructing a home within the constituency. Mr. Speaker, I cannot present in this house where bananas have been mentioned and for me not to add my voice to the conversation. Mr. Speaker, on page 47, the Prime Minister gave a commitment. Premier Minister a dit, lè di ka fè budget statement là, that gouvernement kay fè tout ça y fait pour wè ki y bay industry fig la support. Mr. Speaker, il parlait qu'on nous a établi ça anglais, nous a créé un banana management unit. Et mandate unit ça, c'est kay pour wè ki yo travail plus près et puis pharma, pour wè ki pharma produit plus fig et plus meilleure quality fig. Mr. Speaker, there is a regional market for bananas. Very recently, the Minister for Agriculture spoke of an opportunity that is existing as we speak in Trinidad, where they are asking for thousands of boxes of bananas from St. Lucia on a weekly basis. In addition to the demand being there, the Minister also informed the Cabinet and also this House that the potential buyer has agreed to make a vessel available to transport the fruit from St. Lucia to Trinidad. Not near market pour fig. Mais Mr. Speaker, nous n'y pouvons qui that quality fig la nous kavan, c'est yon qui kay sa meet sa nous agree nous the demands of the buyers, and that our farmers will continue to have a livelihood in the banana industry. Pièce de marche gouvernement après en ligne de fig, Mr. Speaker, moi ni possible porter. Pas seulement piste moi sortir de constituency comme moun ka planter fig, mais moi ko prendre significance contribution fig ja fait un pays ça là even les moitié timamay jik aujourd'hui. The banana industry may not be the greatest contributor to GDP today, but I see firsthand, Mr. Speaker, farmers still go to the farms, they sell, And that little dollar, Mr. Speaker, pays the utility bill. It sends the children to school and helps the farmers enjoy a decent standard of living. So, je veux l'occasion, Mr. Speaker, à le behalf du gouvernement, pour dire ces farmers d'en rénover, et tout l'autre farmer qui en fait. Moi, ça, il n'est pas toujours aisé pour vous. Mais mon camarade, il y a encore pour point patience et le gouvernement. Nous avons travaillé pour. Nous avons pas aussi pour au Bousin. Nous savons comment pour Guano. Nous savons comment pour Canal. En ces jours qui ont venu, Mr. Speaker, farmer fait un rôle cette ici. Quand le gouvernement a pris des marches pour voir qui joignent ces bagages là dans le Bousin pour l'industrie. Mr. Speaker, subsidies. The Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, spoke to $40 million in subsidies to the people of this country. What some people do not understand, Mr. Speaker, is that when you go to the supermarket or the gas station or wherever in the community that they sell a gas cylinder, Mr. Speaker, and you pay $40 for a cylinder, the government has already paid $20. And if the government had not paid $20 for you, you'd be paying $60. So, là où on moun ka parle about fancy bike on subsidy, et quand on ka wonder qui ça qui subsidy, c'est ça qui subsidy. Donc là où acheter un tant de gaz, si le gouvernement pour mettre $20 en les gaz ça ba $40 ou ka payer, ou de ka payer $60 et c'est pas $40. Et ça a fait un plusieurs autres bagailles. Écoute un membre matin d'où that bakers would be paying a lot more for a bag of flour had the government not intervened and subsidized the price of flour so that we can make flour and flour products more affordable to the average person in society. Mr. Speaker, our government is a compassionate government. Our government gives expression by its programming across sectors to the mantra that we embraced on the campaign trail. Mr. Speaker, ours is a government that puts people first. We put students first. We put the elderly first. We put police officers first. Mr. Speaker, we put nurses and doctors first. Mr. Speaker, we put farmers first. We put the people of St. Lucia first. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, the people are so pleased with the performance of this government. Mr. Speaker, on pages 18 and 19 of the budget address, the Prime Minister set the tone for the discourse on education. Mr. Speaker, education is one of the most critical and most important strategic areas for any small island developing state. Education is like the compass, Mr. Speaker, that tells you or prepares you for what will come in the future. Mr. Speaker, as our country begins to emerge from COVID, we as a government are hopeful of the strides that we will make in the education sector. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of areas that we've programmed. We have started to review the Education Act. The Education Act is this piece of legislation. This is the law that governs everything that happens in the education sector. So sometimes when people come and they tell you the minister can do this, or the minister should do that, or a teacher is not supposed to do this, or see my say a teacher and after that, Mr. Speaker, they need to be reminded that everything that happens in the education system, the school system, that is guided by legislation. But we have realized, Mr. Speaker, that the Education Act needs to be reviewed. Some of what is in the Education Act today has no relevance and no significance for the times that we are living in. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about hair policy in schools. There was a time when it was downright illegal for a child to have worn his or her hair in a particular style. But as the world evolves, and Mr. Speaker, as we become signatory to conventions, whether it's the rights of the child or human rights, Mr. Speaker, we have found out and we are realizing more than ever before that some of what is in the Education Act is at variance with the reality of today. And that is why we have started to review the Education Act. Mr. Speaker, the consultations have happened. It has been massive consultation, and soon enough I will take to the Cabinet and then the Parliament the Education Act for changes that will be debated by members on both sides of of this House. Mr. Speaker, school security has been a very topical issue of late. Mr. Speaker, let me say that you cannot look at school security in isolation of national security. And some of what you see in our schools, Mr. Speaker, is as a direct result of children being exposed to things they ought not to be exposed to in the homes and in the wider community. But we will not take comfort from knowing that the children pick up their bad habits from the society. We have a responsibility as educators to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that when we intercept students, Mr. Speaker, exhibiting behaviors that are not in conformity with school rules and what we want of students who will become leaders of tomorrow, we will make the necessary intervention. We will provide the psychosocial support. We will resort to punitive measures when we have to as a last resort, Mr. Speaker. But as I would have said elsewhere, and I am prepared to say here at every opportunity, we will never give up on the children of this country because of their misdeeds. Mr. Speaker, every child in the school system comes from a home. And some of the homes are broken. And you do not get reinforcement at home of what is being imparted at the school level. Tout ti mamay ki a der di nan kay l'école, ska sorti de kay. Ek de lesa nou ka wè si mamay la ka vini à l'école là, et puis VMS, ka fait bail yo pas supposé faire, bail grand moun ka fait ou ka mamay ka essayer faire ça à kay l'école là. Et que chaque moun ko, Mr. Speaker, première manière pour traiter ça, c'est pour aller et puis mettre pression laisser mamay ça là. Et puis expel te maman ça là et puis tirer à l'école et nous a dit non, c'est pas comme ça nous a fait. Les a venu pour nous get tough et puis maman à l'école, we will get tough with students. But at every opportunity, Mr. Speaker, we want to offer psychosocial support, particularly to those children. There are children who leave home on the morning, Mr. Speaker, without breakfast. There are children who come to school in the morning and in addition to not having breakfast the morning, did not have supper the night. And some of them come and they're basically, Mr. Speaker, fixing their eyes on the timepiece in the classroom, waiting for 12 o'clock to get a meal because there was no dinner the night before, no supper the night before, no breakfast the morning. And they come to school with all kinds of issues. And all these children are asking for, in the absence of proper parenting, is for somebody to reach out. And that is what makes the job of the teacher so critical and so important. And I've said before, we can never adequately compensate teachers in terms of dollars and cents for the sacrifices that they make in providing for the children of this country. And so, Mr. Speaker, when the children come and they exhibit, as I said, behaviors that are not in conformity with school rules and what we expect of them, we will provide the support. But we will not allow those who continue to be disruptive to so impact the learning environment that the children of other people who conform get affected. Mr. Speaker, early childhood education is also an important area of programming for us. And even before I go to early childhood, I probably should have placed on the record in Hansard that the Ministry of Education has recruited the services of Mr. Osbert Regis, former police commissioner, who is working very closely with senior management at the Ministry of Education to ensure that we bolster our security apparatus in schools throughout the country. Mr. Speaker, the situation is a very dynamic one. It is a very challenging one, but we are committed to the task. And we, Mr. Speaker, will provide the safest possible environment within which our teachers, our principal students, and ancillary staff will operate in schools throughout the length and breadth of this country. Mr. Speaker, early childhood education is also a very important area of programming for the Ministry of Education. And under the OECS PEARL project, PEARL being the acronym for Program for Educational Advancement and Relevant Learning, Mr. Speaker, the government through the Department of Education commenced delivery on the promise of increased school placements for children needing early childhood education. Recognizing the decline in the primary school population, the ministry is embarking on instituting pre-K into schools. Through this project, the PEARL project, the Department of Education has been able to retrofit spaces at 3 schools, Denry Infant, Mogush Combined, and Viewfort Infant, making them better equipped as childhood education spaces, early childhood education spaces. Mr. Speaker, work has commenced on Soufrière Infant and will soon commence on the Bocage Primary School to provide the same service. The total infrastructural investment for these 5 schools is $370,000. Mr. Speaker, special education we have a number of differently abled students in our school system. Mr. Speaker, there was a time in St. Lucia, if a child had a disability or was differently abled, you would have had parents keeping those children at home, Mr. Speaker, lock them away as if they were of no use or significance to society. Mr. Speaker, we are saying that the children who are differently abled in our school system have a place in society, they have a place in the school system, and they too deserve, Mr. Speaker, for resources to be spent on their education to give them the best possible opportunities in life. And so I must place on the record my admiration and thanks to Mr. Dale Segis, who spearheads the special education effort in the Ministry of Education, and he has a very competent team of persons working with him, Mr. Speaker, and I can assure the people of this country that in the coming weeks you'll be seeing a lot more happening in the area of special education. Mr. Speaker, the school feeding program is also an area of programming for the Ministry of Education. The Ministry of Education recognizes the role that good nutrition plays in a child's cognitive development. If children are not fed properly, not in terms of quantum or the amount that they eat, but the quality of what they eat, that can adversely affect the development of their brain and their capacity to learn. And we are saying, Mr. Speaker, we are saying that we will be paying very close attention to what our children are fed in this country. Not just in the school system, but we have to be in a position where we can penetrate the homes and begin to sensitize the parents and to implore them that they need to feed the children foods that would nourish them and foods that would result in the children having healthy bodies resistant, Mr. Speaker, to diseases and ailments.
Member
Mr.
for Delhi
Speaker,
North, you have 10 minutes left.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, it's not.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to invoke Standing Order 3210, sorry, to give the Honourable Member an extra 15 minutes to complete his presentation.
Honourable Members, the question is that Standing Order 3210 be invoked to allow the member for Denry North an additional 15 minutes in which to complete his presentation. And now put the question, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I was making the point that school feeding is an important area of programming for the Ministry of Education, Mr. Speaker. And this is why special attention was paid to enhancing the services of the school feeding program. During the year 2022-2023, the Ministry of Education, Mr. Speaker, agreed with the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Health to undertake various initiatives to improve the school feeding program and create greater awareness for healthy eating and healthy lifestyles amongst our students. Under this agreement, Mr. Speaker, rehabilitation was done to school feeding kitchens in 6 schools, namely the Lakwa Mengo Combined, the Larissus Combined, PI Combined, the Viewfort Infant, Roblo Combined, and the River Duri Anglican Primary School. I hope the member for Shozel is listening. 114 cooks were provided with training and a cookbook, Mr. Speaker, with menus outlined in terms of what we would want to see our children eating during the school day. Health screening for over 300 children, Mr. Speaker, was also carried out with a view to identifying high sugar levels and childhood obesity and other non-communicable diseases. So quite apart, Mr. Speaker, from impressing on the minds of the cooks, the parents, and even the children themselves, we want one step further, collaborating with the Ministry of Health to screen children for early detection of chronic non-communicable disease so that we can make the interventions at the right time to ensure that these children do not grow into adulthood, Mr. Speaker, with those ailments. Mr. Speaker, secondary education is a critical component for the Ministry of Education. Mr. Speaker, we will continue with our 1 laptop per child program. And Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about the 1 laptop per child program versus the e-books program that was rolled out by the previous administration. But before I get into that, Mr. Speaker, let me say that we will continue to pay, as we did last year, CXC fees for every child in Form 5 in the public secondary schools of this country, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has given a commitment that incrementally we will be paying for more subjects, and that by the end of this term in government, the government would have absorbed CXC fees for, Mr. Speaker, quite a few of the parents, if not all the students in our secondary school system. Mr. Speaker, I must single out the Vieux-Fort Comprehensive Secondary School for the outstanding performances that they've registered in recent times and for many, many years. Mr. Speaker, I know all the principals at the various secondary schools and teachers are giving 100% to the cause. But Mr. Speaker, when at the Ministry of Education, we examined the performance of the Vieux-Fort Comprehensive Secondary School results in the CAPE program, and CAPE being the A-level equivalent at CXC, Mr. Speaker, we had to express our satisfaction with the work being done at the Vieux-Fort Comprehensive Secondary School. The Vieux-Fort Comprehensive School, Mr. Speaker, surpassed the Sir Arthur Lewis Community College in the CAPE exams. And Mr. Speaker, not only did they do well on a national level, but students from the Vieux-Fort Comprehensive did better than students in a number of schools and a number of islands in the Caribbean. Given the capacity of that school, Mr. Speaker, given the enrollment of that school, the Cabinet of Ministers, and I want to thank my colleagues for supporting the memo when I took it to the Cabinet, for us, Mr. Speaker, to on a pilot basis introduce a second vice principal at the Vieux-Fort Comprehensive Secondary School. So here you have the CAPE program, which is our equivalent to the A-level program. Here you have an enrollment, Mr. Speaker, that surpasses 1,000 students, over 100 staff, and the performances that have been registered, not just academically, but in extracurricular activities, Mr. Speaker. We believe that we must bolster the administration at Vieux-Fort Comprehensive Secondary School by giving that school a second vice principal. Mr. Speaker, the terms of reference would be the same as outlined by the Teaching Service Commission, but the actual, Mr. Speaker, workload or the terms of engagement for that principal at the school level, we will determine with the principal in terms of what that second vice principal will be focusing on to help the school, Mr. Speaker, produce even better results and touching even more young lives than they are currently touching. Mr. Speaker, much has been said about the e-books versus the one laptop per child program. Upon assuming office in 2021, an immediate act of our administration, Mr. Speaker, was to move away from the disaster of what is commonly referred to as the e-book program and reinstate the well-lauded one laptop per child initiative. Mr. Speaker, this action was not taken because we were being spiteful and wished to do away with a project because it was rolled out by the previous administration, but rather, Mr. Speaker, because we are convinced that the current approach is more sustainable and will evoke a greater sense of national pride than the continuous repatriation of funds to foreign companies in the name or under the guise of license fees. Added to this, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that the e-books or the learn books, Mr. Speaker, were not being utilized and the device itself was not durable. It was faulty. It was flimsy, Mr. Speaker. And permit me to expound, Mr. Speaker, on this and provide a bit of history. During the academic year 2019-2020, the then administration introduced to the education landscape 3,000 tablets called Learn Books. This was supposed to have been a pilot program, Mr. Speaker, a pilot which commenced in February of 2020 at 13 secondary schools. These 3,000 tablets cost the government of St. Lucia $1,050,000 US, or $2,852,000 EC dollars, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, that was for the payment of license fees. License fees, Mr. Speaker, were paid to cover the cost of content for 17 subjects on those devices. Each device would cost the government of St. Lucia $150 or 407 EC dollars in license fees annually, just for one device. By March of 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic impacted our education system and schools had to engage in distributed learning. The previous administration, Mr. Speaker, decided to flood the system with an additional 5,000 devices. They saw this as a remedy for treating the digital gap that existed then. Mr. Speaker, they had stopped the one laptop per child program which they found when they came in. And there came COVID, and they were scampering looking for solutions, so they decided to go and get those learn books and flood the system. Mr. Speaker, what was detrimental about this was that the then government saw this device with its upload content as the solution to addressing the challenges of teaching and learning in the COVID era. Remember, Mr. Speaker, I said this started off as a pilot. A pilot which never got the benefit of being effectively executed, monitored, or evaluated. In the middle of this, content was then being reviewed and was found to be below acceptable standards. The same content that was embedded in those devices, our teachers found that the content was substandard. And you know what they did, Mr. Speaker? Teachers were paid to review the content developed by an external company. So you take a company from outside of St. Lucia, outside of the region, and you are mandating that company with no cultural sensitivity to the region to develop content for you. And every year, you are depriving people of St. Lucia basic amenities, but you are channeling millions of dollars in license fees. We decided to stop it, Mr. Speaker. We saw it as a waste of government resources, and we stopped it. And Mr. Speaker, if that was not bad enough, the tablets distributed in the thousands were not durable. In no time, students were returning their devices to the ministry, citing all kinds of faults and problems. And as Minister of Education, I could never, along with my cabinet colleagues, support this hemorrhaging of funds from our treasury. Mr. Speaker, not when I am fully aware of a system which was tried and tested and worked previously. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are now developing our own content for our secondary school students. And the amount that it is costing us, Mr. Speaker, is almost insignificant compared to the millions of dollars we were paying an external entity in the form of license fees. Mr. Speaker, we have been able to redirect some of the monies that were paid as license fees to provide scholarship opportunities for young St. Lucians who are desirous of having a university education. Mr. Speaker, the modern languages program in the Ministry of Education is thriving. We have introduced, Mr. Speaker, Mandarin as a pilot at 2 secondary schools. And justifiably, Mr. Speaker, a few St. Lucians have asked, but what is happening to our Creole? And Mr. Speaker, let me say that during this term of government, hopefully during this calendar year, we will see the introduction of Creole at select schools, both primary and secondary in this country, to complement the Mandarin and the Spanish and the Portuguese and the other modern languages. For this, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has given additional resources to the Ministry of Education, and I am as excited as the staff at CAMDU in relation to rolling out our modern languages program. Mr. Speaker, it is our desire in the Ministry of Education to establish an association of retired educators. We believe there is a very rich repository of educators who have formerly left the system and they are at home. They are in the community. And they still have so much to contribute, Mr. Speaker, to the educational landscape. We are going to bring them together under one umbrella organization. If we have to engage some as consultants, we will. If we have to engage others as volunteers, we will. But Mr. Speaker, it is our desire to tap into those minds, brilliant minds who are at home. And most of those I've spoken to, they have expressed a desire to work with the Ministry of Education, to go into the schools, to mentor teachers mentor principals, mentor students, Mr. Speaker, and even come to the Ministry of Education to impart the wealth of knowledge and experience they would have amassed and acquired over the years. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, I want to quickly transition to sustainable development. But before I do so, Mr. Speaker, let me speak to the one university graduate per household that our government has been rolling out so successfully in recent weeks and in recent months. Mr. Speaker, in recent times, we have provided higher educational opportunities for approximately 285 St. Lucians in the last year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, UK Commonwealth Scholarship 2. 80 Taiwan. No, 29, sorry, Taiwan, Mr. Speaker. 17 Monroe. 50 first generation. 18 associate's degree with Monroe College partnering with the Sports Academy. Island scholarships 3. Romania, Mr. Speaker, 5. Hungary 4. Morocco 20. Cuba 10. Economic cost 22. Bursaries at SAFA 120. Serbia, Mr. Speaker, 2. And the list goes on in terms of other countries that are offering us scholarship opportunities. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, through the first generation scholarship program, we have a cohort of 50. And let me reiterate that the first generation scholarship program is for individuals who are the first in their families to attend university. Mr. Speaker, there are people in this country. They are brilliant young St. Lucians, Mr. Speaker, who come from families where nobody has been exposed to university education. And in quite a few instances, the young people are demonstrating that they have the aptitude, they have the intellect, they have the discipline, they have the tenacity, they have what it takes. But because their parents do not own a square foot of land, because they have no surety, they have no collateral, they have no money in the bank, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding that they would have been taught from kindergarten all the way to secondary school and post-secondary, but because they don't have the means to go to the bank, Mr. Speaker, they languish and they watch children whom they would have beaten and done better than at school go to university, get big jobs, and because of their circumstances, Mr. Speaker, they are relegated to bystanders in society. This first generation program is correcting that problem in our country. We will go into every pocket community. We will go into every constituency. We will find them. And even when they are reluctant to apply, Mr. Speaker, once we know where they are, we will take the application forms to them. We will sit with them at their homes. We will see to it that they apply. And when their applications get to the Ministry of Education, Mr. Speaker, we will ensure that when that meritocracy is employed, that they too will get an opportunity to pursue an education. Mr. Speaker, permit me to turn my attention to the Department of Sustainable Development that I also lead. I have said time and again that I'm extremely proud of my team in the Department of Sustainable Development. I have said time and again that they're amongst the hardest working public officers in this country. And Mr. Speaker, their work program is always very robust, and you have a team very, very committed and passionate about what they do. Mr. Speaker, for the Department of Sustainable Development, 2022 into 2023 has been a game-changing year in ensuring that St. Lucia retains a trajectory, Mr. Speaker, of being one of the leaders in environmental management and climate change in the region. In order to do this, Mr. Speaker, we continue to foster strong strategic collaboration with other stakeholders at all levels. Mr. Speaker, we continue to plan for and manage that problem, that curse that is climate change. Mr. Speaker, we continue to manage biodiversity loss. And Mr. Speaker, we continue to program in a way to ensure that pollution in St. Lucia is minimized as best we can, Mr. Speaker. And we understand how those can impact the development of a small island developing state like ours. Thankfully, Mr. Speaker, the excellent efforts of our dedicated officers at Sustainable Development have been recognized, and as such, Mr. Speaker, has been forthcoming from our various partners at the regional and international levels. Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia continues to punch above its weight in the climate change discourse, in the biodiversity discourse, Mr. Speaker. and in the pollution discourse. Mr. Speaker, a project like the Montreal Protocol Project, or known as the Ozone Project, we continue, Mr. Speaker, to engage with locals to underscore the importance of following the guidelines that are presented by the Department of Sustainable Development. Mr. Speaker, as a small island developing state, when it comes to fighting the impacts of climate change, we often believe, and rightly so, that action on the ground is what matters most. We go to the international meetings, we state our case, Mr. Speaker, we chronicle the events that we have to fight on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, and annually, Mr. Speaker. But we've recognized very critically that we have to engage people on the ground. We live on the front line of climate change, Mr. Speaker. In the space of 2 hours, Mr. Speaker, your country can be impacted in such a way that millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker, can just be wiped away in the space of 2 hours. And there is no better recollection of that than what we witnessed in Grozile, Mr. Speaker, last year, where just for a little over 2 hours, a weather system remained stationary above the northern half of the country, Mr. Speaker. And in 2 or 3 hours, cars were floating like dry leaves, and paper, not in the rivers or the waterways, but in the streets of residential communities in the north. And people lost homes, vehicles, appliances. The schools were impacted. That is what we mean by climate change. And the IPCC, which is the international body, Mr. Speaker, made up of scientists from all over the world, they are the ones who come and they tell us what to expect. They are the ones who monitor the changes in the environment. And they have said that it is as a result, Mr. Speaker, of greenhouse gases being emitted in the atmosphere, it causes the temperature of the globe to rise, and that has given rise to conditions being more favorable for more potent weather systems that usually unleash on small island states like St. Lucia and the Caribbean. We are not...
Member for the North, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are not the perpetrators, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to give voice to our plight. We will continue to work with AOSIS, which is the Association of Small Island States. We will continue to work with the OECS and CARICOM, Mr. Speaker, to give expression to our plight as it relates to the fight against climate change. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot more I could have said on the MLMAP, the Marine Litter Management Action Plan, the Marine Spatial Plan, and there's so much more I could have said on our work with the CCAP, Mr. Speaker, the Coalition of Clean Air Policy, which is a non-profit organization based in the US, who will be making available to St. Lucia and other Caribbean islands a grant of $4 million to help us modernize our solid waste management operations. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, permit me, as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, to say that our government remains true to our mantra of putting people first. There is something in this budget for every citizen. There is something in this budget for people from all walks of life. The business people, the youth, the elderly, the farmers, the children, the fishers, teachers, Mr. Speaker, the healthcare worker. Tout moun ka jwen an bagay an budget sala. And Mr. Speaker, in all my years in this honorable chamber, having been here for 11 other appropriation bill debates where a budget statement has been presented detailing policy to impact the country, Mr. Speaker, this one would rank as one of the best ever, as we heard it on Tuesday night. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for his confidence and belief in my ability to lead 2 critical areas of national development, education and sustainable development. And I also want to thank him, Mr. Speaker, for having the confidence in me to be the chair, for appointing me, Mr. Speaker, as chair of the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, the CDMA. I want to thank my cabinet colleagues for their support and their cooperation during the period under review. I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Education in the person of Dr. Pauline Antoine Prosper for her support in the Ministry of Education. I want to thank my Permanent Secretary, Ms. Michelle Charles, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Mr. Kendall Kodra, my office staff in the persons of Hildreth Charles, better known as Charlie, and Mrs. Santoma Estefan, my secretary. I want to thank the acting Deputy Chief Education Officer Instruction, Ms. Beverly Diodoni, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank all the district education officers. I want to thank the heads of the various departments, the line staff, the principals, the teachers, the ancillary staff, the students, and the parents. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank my team at the Department of Sustainable Development. PS Anita Montut, recently retired Deputy Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Silka Tobias. The Chief Sustainable Development Officer in the person of Mrs. Annette Ratigan-Leo, the Deputy Chief Sustainable Development and Environment Officer in the person of Mrs. Dawn Pierre Nathaniel and their team, Ms. Justin, Mrs. Sukra Albert, Mrs. Jude, Mrs. Misol, Jean-Baptiste, Lavina, Jesse, Volney, and all the other staff, Mr. Speaker, in the Department of Sustainable Development. I must also place on the record my gratitude, Mr. Speaker, to the team at the Solid Waste Management Authority, a statutory agency for which I have ministerial responsibility, the board and staff of the South Louis Community College, Mr. Speaker, the management of the Peter Management Area, and I want to thank also the leadership of the National Skills Development Center, NSDC. Mr. Speaker, I cannot forget my support team in Denrinoff, in particular those who have stayed with me, not only during the good times, but very importantly, Mr. Speaker, during the trying times. And last, Mr. Speaker, but by no means least, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my family and loved ones for their support, their encouragement, their patience, and the love that I continue to receive from them as I discharge my duties to my constituency and the people of St. Lucia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Of government business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stands suspended until Friday, April 28th, 2023 at 9 a.m.
That's next year.
Honorable members, the question is that this House do stand suspended until 9 a.m. tomorrow, Friday, the 28th of April, 2023. And now put the question, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of our contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting suspended.
All rise.
This morning, and the first off was the member for Castries East, Joachim Henry, followed by the member for Denry South, who is also the Minister for Agriculture and Fisheries, Alfred Prosper. And then we heard from the member for Meacood North, the Honourable Jeremiah Norbert, the Deputy Speaker. This afternoon we opened with the member for Gros-Islet, who is also the Minister for Youth and Sport, Kenson Casimé, followed by the member for Soufrière and Minister for Commerce, Emma Hippolyte, and then opposition member Bradley Felix, who is the representative for Choiseul Saltibus. And this evening we heard from the Minister of Health, who is the member for Vieux-Fort North, and the Minister for Education, the Honourable Sean Edwards, who represents the Denry South seat. Tomorrow we are to hear from the members for Castries Central, Castries North, Laborie, Babono, Vieux-Fort South, Castries South, Ancillary Canaries, and the member for Meacood South, who graced us with his presence at approximately 4 o'clock this afternoon and left at about 7 o'clock. Well, we hope to hear from him tomorrow, and the Prime Minister will sum up. Michael Gaspar.
Merci Winston. Nous venons au bout de la session aujourd'hui en carré principal à ce débat à ce présentation comme ministre qui était fait en budget. Ça c'est mardi semaine ça là. Aujourd'hui nous avons 8 c'est différents membres parlement parler. À parmi ces 8 là, c'est membre parlement pour choisir qui a sur façade d'opposition, il parle aujourd'hui. aussi avec nous fini aujourd'hui et puis même parlement pour nous passer nord dernier honorable Sean Edward vient de finir par là avec mener session caille constitution là au groupe aujourd'hui demain nous allons attendre les restants pour continuer le débat qui dure pour 2 jours. Alors nous allons inviter pour joindre puis nous demain à l'université pour nous continuer exactement ça qui a passé en caille constitution. Nous allons souhaiter un bonne soirée pour nous en Winston avec tous ces techniciens, Win, Saint-Rose et puis tous les autres techniciens, Ross, avec McLean et tout. Nous allons dire merci un peu tous ces travailleurs GIS Saint-Étienne. Merci et nous allons souhaiter une bonne soirée.